the NATO Public Diplomacy Division, US government, as well as our partners and co-organizers, Atlantic Council, CNAS, GLOBSEC, Hudson Institute, and my organization, German Marshall Fund of the United States. And with that, now let me turn to our scene-setting conversation run by Marie Doha Besançonneau, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, conversation with Julie Smith, US Ambassador to NATO, a good old friend, and frankly, a former GMFer as well. Marie, the stage is yours.
Good morning, dear guests, colleagues, and friends. I hope you have enjoyed last night's reception, and I would like to begin by thanking General Lavigne and his whole team at Allied Command Transformation for making this possible and for offering a truly wonderful reception. As we open day 2 of our public forum, I would like to thank the United States government for the incredible support and making this forum possible for 2 days. I would also like to extend our thanks to you, dear Julie, for the excellent cooperation between our teams in Brussels, which made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I have to return the thanks right to you, Marie Doha. I mean, you and your team in Brussels, it's just been a wonderful partnership. And forums like this are just so important to always have next to, almost attached to the summit itself, because everything that NATO does cannot be done in isolation. We need to hear from outside experts. We need to first and foremost celebrate the first 75 years of this alliance's history, but we also need everyone in this room to help us think about the next 75 years. Where should NATO go? What types of initiatives and policies should we look at? And help getting the message out about why NATO at 75 still matters and why we believe that it serves U.S. interests and serves the interests of our allies.
Thank you, and I have to confess, you've been one of the great inspirers of our outreach efforts this year, so thank you very much. We had a very great first day here at the forum, a full house throughout the day, with tremendous leaders who provided their reading of NATO's key priorities right now. What struck me personally is how strong their vision was, and how determined they were, and also how aligned they were, the profound convergence between all of their views. Is this also something that you felt, because you were in the Council for way longer than I was yesterday, is this also something that you felt yesterday?
I did feel it in the Council yesterday. So we had a 3-hour, our first session. The North Atlantic Council met at the leaders level. And what was really interesting about that session was to first and foremost watch the unity around the table on maintaining our support for Ukraine, first and foremost, keeping an eye on Russia and fortifying ourselves to be prepared to deter, prevent, respond to a variety of hybrid attacks that the Russians are using on a regular basis, either just on the margins or in NATO territory. But above and beyond Ukraine and Russia, what was fascinating about that session yesterday was to hear multiple allies raise issues in their neighborhood. Obviously, those allies towards the south are focused on instability in that region. We had some of our Nordic friends talking about the Arctic and the North Atlantic. Obviously, it depends on where you sit, what your priority list looks like. But there were multiple times during the session yesterday where a Nordic ally would comment on the importance of focusing on the South, and a Southern ally would talk about the North Atlantic. And so, you know, you hear allies talking a lot about this 360-degree approach. Sometimes it might feel like a nice slogan, but it's not a slogan. It's actually the reality of how we operate across the alliance. Day in and day out, we are focused on, first and foremost, Russia's unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine, but we are able to maintain focus 360 degrees around the alliance and tune in to the challenges that exist across the continent.
I think this resonates very well with what we experienced yesterday. What struck me also was the geographical diversity, and simply the broad ground that we cover because we are so many. So yesterday we heard from the Spanish Prime Minister about the importance of the southern neighborhoods. We heard from the Slovak Prime Minister who engaged us to be really firm with our eastern neighbors. And then we also heard from American voices, Senator Shaheen of New Hampshire, Senator Wicker of Mississippi. Each one of them is really bringing their own views on why NATO matters to their own citizens. So I think it resonates very well. This was also felt in the NAC, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You heard one leader after the next talk about the importance of the alliance, the importance of messaging their own publics on its value and utility, and combating the narrative that NATO's time has come and gone. I think sometimes Russia and other actors are putting out these false narratives either about what NATO's doing, or, for example, Russia likes to often talk about NATO is on the ground in Ukraine, which of course is not true, but they're also trying to undermine societies and our public's kind of overarching perspective of whether or not we need NATO going forward. They're trying to sow divisions across our societies. So we heard leaders talk yesterday about the importance of pushing back against those counter narratives, and I think we'll hear more from leaders on that subject, particularly on the subject of disinformation later today.
That is very dear to my heart. Thank you for mentioning this, and we will have a panel on hybrid this afternoon. So what's in store for us today? So maybe a few words about what we will have here on the public forum. We will be starting with Ukraine. We will continue with new threats and also new partnerships. So we will cover climate change, digital challenges, terrorism, hybrid, emerging tech, working with the industry, and resilience. We will hear from the President of South Korea, from National Security Advisor to President Biden, from our Deputy Secretary General, Myrta Jonah, and from the most senior military voices in NATO. And how about your day? What will be covered in the NAC today?
So there are actually two NACs today. It's a doubleheader, and the first NAC will be focused on the Indo-Pacific, and we are excited for the third summit in a row to welcome the 4 Indo-Pacific partners of Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. We'll also have the European Union join us for that session. And I think what that does is continue to remind us that many of the challenges that we face, such as disinformation, but I would add malicious cyber attacks, I mean, the list is long of the hybrid toolkit. These are challenges and threats that no longer have any borders. And so we at NATO find great utility and value in sitting with our Indo-Pacific partners and the European Union to talk about ways in which we can strengthen our policies, either individually at the national level or collectively through the NATO alliance, to bring the Indo-Pacific and Europe together to talk about how do you roll out a new cybersecurity policy? How is your country coping with artificial intelligence and other emerging and disruptive tech? How are we all coping with the challenges of defense production? There are lessons to learn kind of across the alliance and with our partners on all of these subjects. So that particular session is one I'm looking forward to because I think, first of all, our partners enjoy it, and I know NATO allies enjoy having them in the room and learning from their collective experience. Second part of the NAC, the second NAC of the day, will be this new format that we created last year, which is the NATO-Ukraine Council. So we'll have President Zelensky at the table with us this afternoon. And this is just a fantastic way to bring Ukraine into the conversation, to have them, in essence, sit at the table as an equal. We will be eager to hear from them about what the immediate requirements look like, what more we can do for Ukraine, and we will be keen to project unity and get the message out on everything we're doing to build that bridge to membership. You've heard the announcements on the F-16s flying this summer. You heard the air defense announcement at Mellon Auditorium when the president spoke. We are rolling out a new command for Ukraine to help them with modernization and interoperability, and we're working on this new financial pledge that we rolled out yesterday as well. So taken together, plus the language in the Declaration on Ukraine, that is, in essence, a bridge to membership. We're bringing Ukraine closer to the alliance, and today's afternoon session will just be a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to, again, sit down with President Zelensky and talk about what Russia is doing in Ukraine.
So very important deliverables today. Yesterday we also saw the statement. Fewer paragraphs than last year.
Yes, deliberately, yeah.
That was a challenge, and you made it. So maybe a personal question, how was it working as allies on that text?
Well, negotiating text at 32 is always a challenge, and let me commend all of the negotiators that down to the last minute were negotiating up until about midnight, night before last. So it's an enormous undertaking, and look, everything that happens at NATO has to happen through consensus, and so you've got to go through every sentence of that declaration. This year it is shorter. Last year I think we had 90 paragraphs. This year I think it's about 39, which felt much more reasonable. But actually, I really encourage folks to take a look at the declaration, read it carefully. There's a lot of very interesting and fascinating parts to the declaration, particularly the nexus between Russia and China, this ever-deepening and evolving relationship, and what these two countries are now doing together. The fact that China is providing these dual-use components to Russia to be used in the war in Ukraine. I would also offer that the paragraphs on resilience, in particular protecting critical infrastructure, and all the good work we're doing on cybersecurity are really worth a read as well. We're proud of this declaration. I think it really leans in. It says a lot about how far this alliance has come just in the last 2 years. And of course, you don't want to miss the section on Ukraine, that irreversible path to NATO membership.
Absolutely. It's online since last night, so you may all read it. So because we care about outreach, I would like to highlight 2 projects in this respect. One is about science. Thanks to our chief scientist, who must be somewhere in the room with us. There he is, Brian Wells. Thank you for being here. And because this day is very much about the future, about tomorrow, I would like to recognize 3 young women who are the finalists of NATO's Science and Technology Women and Girls in Science Initiative. I know they're here with us too. So Sandra from Spain, Jillian from the UK, and Liana from the Netherlands. Congratulations, Julie. I know you also care about young female leaders. So congratulations to you. And finally, we believe in arts too. So there will be a physical legacy here in DC, as we did after the Vilnius summit, a big mural. There has been a competition that we have launched. Many artists have actually competed to share with us how they would design and draw peace, freedom, and security. So the artworks can be seen downstairs. Please check them out. And please vote for your favorite one today on the app. And with this, I know you have to head back to the NAC, but if you have a final word.
Yes, no, but thanks to everybody who came out to the public forum. Again, many thanks to all of the think tanks that came together, working hand in glove with NATO PDD. This is going to be a great day. I wish I could stay all day, but I'll try to come in and out around the margins of the 2 NACs. But thanks to everybody for joining us so early this morning, and look forward to hearing how it goes today. Many, many thanks.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Program. Okay. The program is different. Okay, fine.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to this session. A very quick session, a conversation with Andriy Yermak, the head of the office of President Zelensky. Welcome here, and welcome in Washington.
Thank you, conversation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Is that all right?
When we first met more than 2 years ago in Kiev, it was, I think, May 2022, so a few months after the full-scale attack on Ukraine. in your office, and we've been discussing about the security guarantees and how Ukraine should sustain. I have to say I was really impressed by the leadership and bravery of the Ukraine people, of President Zelensky and yourself. And thanks to President Zelensky and his team, Ukraine 2 years on is still standing. Thank you for your leadership. Andriy, this is your second summit in person. You've been in Vilnius last year, you are here in Washington. What's your assessment? How did the attitude change? What's your assessment of the summit so far?
That you remember our meetings. Yes, of course, it's a lot of things happened. Unfortunately, the terrible war, Russia against Ukraine, it's continue, and everybody, all the world, I'm sure, see the tragedy of the 2 days ago. Then the Russian rockets, it's hit directly to the children's hospital. And this is the one more evidence that Russia, it's terrorist states, and continue this genocide against our people, against our nations. If you ask me, are I happy of the results? And I can answer that not just me. Ukrainians will be happy, then we win this war. And then we withdraw the last terrorist from Russia, from our lands. This will be real when I can say that we are happy. But I can say that we are satisfied for the results of the Washington summit, because the languages of the documents, it's really strong. We can see that the alliance made the real steps forward. I think that the next stop, it's Ukraine need to receive the invitation. And but it's good what now we can see the unity of the alliance for the irreversible path for the membership, full membership of Ukraine in the NATO. Of course, it's very good that the new systems of the air defense will be delivered to Ukraine. It's critically important to secure our cities, secure our people. It's necessary. We need more. We need more to protect and to prevent that such tragedy which happened 2 days ago never happened, and our children never will be killed by Russian aggressors. Unfortunately, just yesterday, one more child died in the hospital after this tragedy. We are looking for some strong decisions as well today. The summit is continue. Today will be the meetings, the special meetings of the NATO Ukraine, and the work is continue, but unfortunately, and war is continue. And Ukraine showed during this more than 2 years that we're able to win. And our partners, our friends exactly understand what we need for this.
So, if I may ask you, there are a lot of talks about getting Ukraine closer to NATO and offering the membership. Well, in Vilnius, you were not offered the membership, but the perspective of the membership. It was said that once you will become the member of NATO, here we are talking about the bridge to the membership. Does the bridge bring you closer?
You know, Robert, when you living in the war, you have little bit different feelings. And we are looking for the okay, it's a very good that we have so strong languages. It's a very good that NATO demonstrated strong unity. It's one of the very important things. But of course, it's for our people who make the decisions. It's a very high support of the Ukrainian society of the future membership. And of course, it's as I said, is a step forward. It's a strong step forward, and the world irreversible. It's demonstrated that it's not now the questions if, it's only questions when. But we still think that the membership of Ukraine in NATO, it's our national interest of our security, but as well is the interest of NATO. Because Ukraine fighting is not just for Ukraine. Ukraine fighting is for all Europe. Ukraine fighting for all free world. And I think this long period and heroic fightings of our people, it's demonstrated that with Ukraine, NATO will be more strong.
Absolutely. I can't agree more, and I'm sure that there will be a time soon where you will train NATO troops about how to fight Russians. But when we talk about the period until you become the member of NATO and you have the highest guarantees of the NATO membership, the security guarantees, in the meantime, you have been leading the work of ЕРМАК an initiative on bilateral security guarantees, and you have signed a number of those. How can NATO countries and NATO as such help you in the meantime for the real security guarantees that you need?
Yes, thank you very much. And practically 1 year ago, it was in the Vilnius was agreed historical Vilnius declarations of the security guarantees for Ukraine. And during this year, we have really very good results. We have a lot of very strong bilateral agreements. We have the agreements with all the G7 countries. And we will continue, and just yesterday, our president signed one more agreement with Luxembourg, and we will continue this work. And a lot of countries joined the Vilnius declarations, and thank you very much that you recall how it started. It really started from the documents of our group with Rasmussen, and from the Kyiv Security Compact. And during 1 year, once again, it's, I think, very good results. Of course, we always mentioned that these bilateral agreements, it's the security guarantee in the way of the membership of NATO. Because definitely, the most strong security, it's a membership of NATO. But in the way, of course, we are working, and we very appreciated that we have these documents, and of course the circle of the countries who is committed to be with Ukraine, to help Ukraine to be prepared for not just to finish this war, but to be prepared for any potential aggressions in the future. It's very important. And of course, and plus, it's help us to make a necessary step to be closer, because most of this country, it's members of NATO. And of course, I think it's logically works for the main goal, full membership.
Andriy, the allies have announced a lot of pledges during these days. We've heard here on the stage ministers saying that F-16s, the first F-16s will arrive by summer this year, that you will receive very quickly new Patriots from US and anti-missile defense systems from European allies. That NATO has agreed that next year they will support Ukraine minimum with 40 billion US dollars, so the same level as this year, minimum. But my question is, this all helps you to sustain the country. But the question is, if you would wish one thing which would change the dynamics in the conflict, what would it be to change the dynamics and to help you to win this war?
I'm sure that the partners have to take off any restrictions to use these weapons, not just by Ukrainian territory, but have the possibility to answer, including the territory of Russia. Because it's impossible to fight then enemies have any restrictions. Enemy can directly attack to our civilians, children hospitals, schools, and we have these restrictions. I think that it will be a really game changer, and I hope that our partners understand it and agree these decisions as soon as possible.
So there is a clear call to put down all the restrictions, because now the war is asymmetric. They are able to attack everything in Ukraine, but you are not able to protect yourself by preempting that. Andrei, we are running out of time, and I have plenty of questions, but let me ask you two questions now. June and July was very important for Ukraine because you had the recovery conference, peace summit, you had the Normandy NATO summit. Next week you have EPC in London. What's next? What's next in your strategy and in this international diplomacy?
Robert, again, we are a little bit living in different understanding of reality, because we in the war. For us, it's not next something. We are 24 hours, 7 days, working, living, fighting, because we have war. Every day, our heroes in front line fightings. Every day, our people under attack of the Russian terrorists. Thank you that you have mentioned, yes, of course, the last couple of months it was really, I think, successful for Ukraine, and the recovery conference, and then G7 with very strong decisions, bilateral agreement with United States, historical documents, and historical first inaugurated peace summit, in which we was able to have more than 100 countries and international organizations. And this is the first step. We don't stop to work to realize the peace formula of President Zelensky. We're looking just for the next weeks for the thematic conference by each points of the formula. This is on the way of the preparation of the second summit, in which I hope we will be able to have the joint plan of responsible country in the world, how to stop this war, how to back just peace, which is very important. Ukraine needs just peace. How to settle all the crises which created this war. And I'm very optimistic that we will be able to do it. And for us, we're not stopping for any, just not day, just for minutes, because all of us, all Ukrainians, we living in the war. And this can stop when we win this war.
Andrei, last question. There will be some very important elections in US and Europe. And there is a lot of conversation that if the elections how the elections in US can change the support to Ukraine. Are you in touch with Trump people? Are you talking to them? What's your assessment?
Look, first of all, all the period of time then President Zelensky in his positions, we have very important things. We have bipartisan support in the United States. And of course, we have and continue to have the lot of meetings, especially in Ukraine, and we are very appreciate that the representative of both parties visited to Ukraine and personally to see what happened, personally to feel what happened in Bucha, in Izum, in Irpin. And after this, it's not necessary to explain for what Ukrainians fighting and why we are so strong and why we are so strongly sure that we're able not just to defend but to win. And very important that just during this couple of the days, once again, we feel how strong support of American people. And we very much appreciate it because it's historical moment that our two nations very close, and ordinary Americans very clearly understand for which values we are fighting. It's really very understandable here in the United States because we are fighting for democracy, we are fighting for freedom, we are fighting for our independence. It means that the election in the United States, it's choice of American people. And we very much respected it, but our goal to keep the support of American people, American society in high level, and to work with our friends, colleagues, and partners in the different levels. And I can say that we really have historical level of the cooperation between administration of President Biden, the presidents who is made for Ukraine. I can say that what never made another president of United States. And Ukrainian people very much gratitude and of course it's cooperation between our military, it's cooperation between Congress and Parliament of Ukraine, and we will continue to this work. Election is the domestic case here, and Ukraine very respect any choice of American people.
Thank you very much, Andrei, and thank you for fighting not only for your freedom, but for the future of rule-based order and for the future of the West. I'm sure that, and I can see it on you, that the burden that Ukrainian people and the leadership is taking on its shoulders, because the future of the West is being decided in Ukraine and in the East. Thank you for fighting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you.
Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yermak. Thank you, Robert, for a fascinating conversation. So far, we talked a lot about Ukraine, so it was particularly important to hear directly from Ukraine, from Mr. Yermak. We heard very clearly what Ukraine needs. Among the key issues to go toward victory is ability to target Russia and not fight with hand behind their back. Now we're going to switch gears and we'll talk about NATO leadership on climate and energy security. The conversation will be led by Beth Senner, my colleague at the German Marshall Fund. Beth, the stage is yours.
Thanks everybody for being here this morning. It was a fantastic day yesterday. We only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to make the intros really short, and then we're just going to dive right in. And I just want to thank our two guests for joining us today on this panel. We have Mr. Podesta, which I think that John Podesta is well known in capitals around the world, including the United States, probably first as Chief of Staff for President Clinton. He joins us today as Senior Advisor to President Biden for international international environmental policy, and during his day job is overseeing the IRA, which is the historic legislation to bring clean energy and technologies to America. And Foreign Minister Bart Eide. The minister is a two-time foreign minister and a defense minister, but he's here with us today because he brings unique perspective as also having been Norway's environment minister up until last year. So let me just kick this off with Mr. Podesta and review for everyone. Not everybody in the room probably follows environmental issues, but NATO has really stepped it up in the last 2 years since the strategic concept in 2022, making the environment a centerpiece of strategic and operational planning. NATO has set up the Center of Excellence on the environment. Thank you, Canada. And just this week released a study, a very good study actually, worth a read on climate and security. So why do you think, John, that NATO should be focusing on climate change? And what do you think are maybe the first, second, third order effects, something here that we're not focused on as much as we should be as a security community?
Well, thanks. And I want to start by calling attention to Secretary General Stoltenberg's effect on this space, particularly the Climate Change and Security Action Plan that was developed by NATO, now the third assessment. In light of that plan, looking at a range of issues and how climate change is in fact affecting security. If I could take a moment, you noted I was President Clinton, and I was here at the 50th anniversary of NATO. At that time, our senior director on the National Security Staff for Africa, Gail Smith, went into the White House briefing room and said that transnational effects like pandemics, like HIV/AIDS, and climate change were indeed the security effects that needed to be taken into account by the security establishment. She literally was laughed out of the briefing room. By 2014, the National Defense Strategy documents recognized climate change as a threat multiplier. Now I'm fond of saying it is now the threat. Why? Because of its profound effect on human security, the ability to affect everything from water and food systems, drought, floods, extreme weather, displacing people, pushing them into conflict, pushing them across borders. Clearly, both from the perspective of what the security environment looks like, climate change is very much a real security issue, and that's why NATO has embraced as a concept the idea that you have to plan for it, you have to train for it, you have to purpose your mission to anticipate extreme weather events. And U.S. is sort of kind of what's next, what's kind of missing. And I think in that regard, we're continuously learning and need to build both intelligence systems and early warning systems that help us plan for stronger responses, but build more resilience into societies, into our militaries, into our domains, to ensure that we can react to a rapidly changing environment.
Thanks for that. You know, I'm convinced, but I don't know if everybody at this conference is convinced. This room isn't as full today as it was for some of our other sessions. And so I want to kind of turn it to this question of competing priorities. There are voices here in the United States who have publicly said, and I think also in Europe, who have said, you know, look, the focus of militaries on climate is coming at a cost to our focus on our core challenges, particularly going toe-to-toe with China and Russia. What would you say to that?
I would say that those voices are wrong, and that what NATO is doing is right. People live in the physical world, And the physical world is changing massively because of climate change and biodiversity loss. You know, we have two crises, the climate crisis, the nature crisis. That undermines directly the ability to live in certain parts of the world. You know, it undermines the ability, as John said, to produce food, to have clean water. That can displace people. That will bring groups of people into more tension over increasingly scarce remaining resources. And we have many examples of how the peace dividend in post-conflict situation is also undermined by accelerating climate change. And the militaries of NATO and the intelligence services, for instance, in this country, the National Intelligence Estimate has for several years now said that the effects of climate change is one of the biggest security challenges in the long run, because it's on several levels. The first level is it changes the security landscape that we relate to as security policymakers or militaries or people trying to analyze the situation. But it also affects the ability to conduct military operations. So you know that naval bases are obviously located close to water. Now we have sea rise, and we also have much more frequent extreme weather, particularly affecting shores. There's already thinking about that you might have to move entire massive installations to other places. In my country, and I know it's true for, you can see it even in the war in Ukraine, that the period of the year where you can move heavy equipment, tanks and artillery, in my country, if it's sort of full winter, no problem, steady, good ground. If it is full summer, no problem. But these sort of muddy spring and autumns are getting much longer. So you have also these practical effects. And then, of course, you have the effect of the rest of the world gradually moving into new fuels and new technologies. Shouldn't the military also be part of that? Because who will produce the classical fuel that you need for your tanks if everything has been electrified elsewhere? So there is a lot of challenges on the security level. There are challenges to the military themselves, and there are opportunities for the military themselves in this. So I would say if NATO did not look into this, it would not be doing our job. Because, and I say that not only as a former climate minister, but also as a former defense minister, you always need to think about the current, but also the future. If you only focus on the current crisis, you may overlook the trends that will take us to the next crisis. Just as much as if you only look at the next crisis, you'll not be able to dealing with the current. So you need to do both. And that's why NATO officially launched a few days ago the center in Canada, which is a NATO center of excellence on the relationship between climate and security. It's already been running for some months, but it was officially launched at the great ceremony of the Canadian mission. It's placed in Montreal, which is also the home of the recent Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, by the way.
And thanks for mentioning the National Intelligence Council. I oversaw the last two of those, and we have the new global trends will be coming out in the next couple months.
Well done.
So I'm going to switch gears and ask Mr. Podesta, in your role as overseeing the IRA, it is no news to you that some Europeans have chafed at this legislation and seen it as too protectionist, and that it was maybe a symbol. Maybe people on both sides of the Atlantic see both Europeans and the United States approaching climate issues in a way of competition rather than collaboration. What can you tell us practically, instead of just some of the talk, but practically, what are the things that we can do to really emphasize collaboration between allies to advance this goal?
Well, I think, particularly when we're talking about our European allies, I think the biggest response to the Inflation Reduction Act and the other actions that President Biden, Vice President Harris took at the beginning of this administration, like rejoining Paris, was thank God. Thank God they're back in the game. They're actually made a commitment to reduce our emissions by 50%. They're making the investments that are necessary to do that. They're creating whole new industries. And I would say, and as I have said to others, and particularly our European colleagues, what we're doing here is also driving change, innovation, cost reductions. BCG estimates that the effect of the investments on Inflation Reduction Act, now $410 billion since the President came into office, in clean energy, will reduce particularly these newer technologies like green hydrogen and others by as much as 25%. That's good for the world. It's a, in a sense, it's a global public good. But we do that in the context of encouraging others to go along with us. We need, if anything, we have to speed up this transition. We have to go faster. We have to go firmer into a zero carbon world, and we welcome our European partnership in doing that. That's why we're in discussions, for example, with Norway to do a memorandum of understanding on how we develop high standard critical mineral agreement between our two countries, doing the same thing with the EU, with the UK. We signed an agreement with Japan where we have free trade agreements with Australia, South Korea that can take advantage of some of the provisions of the law. So I think we also have to recognize that we're in a dangerous security posture with respect to some of these clean technologies.
Yeah.
Very over-dependent on a single source of supply for critical minerals, for batteries, for upstream solar technologies, trying to control the entire supply chain in that space. And particularly to my European colleagues, I now can say, look what happens when you're dependent on a single source of supply for your energy needs. We need to work together to develop secure, market-based and responsive supply chains.
Yeah.
Can I totally agree with John, and industrial policy is back very big time in Western countries. It never left Asia. You know, China is the name of the game, but even our allies in Asia always had a strong public-private partnership. We, for some decades, thought the market would do well on its own. It didn't really, and now we see both in Europe and in North America a massive return to the idea that if you need real, serious, long-term innovation, if you need to change things fundamentally, you need more of a in the market, we need a strong support from the state. That's why many of the innovations we have and which we use, everyone is looking on a cell phone now, are using the internet. The internet only exists because the United States government invested in DARPA, and the innovations that led to the internet is thanks to very solid state innovation. And there's so many examples of that. There are two drivers that make this particularly important right now, and they both begin with C. It's climate and China. And China is representing not only China, but the other non-democratic, non-Western countries. We need to be able to compete in the new technologies of the 21st century. We dominated many of those of the 20th, but the jury is out for the 21st century technologies. But also because we need these fundamental complex changes on climate. We need, not only to produce new energy sources and new energy carriers like hydrogen and ammonia, we also need to have technology to use it and to distribute it, and that will not, you can just not do that by leaving it alone to the market. So the security, climate and economic policy is coming together in ways that in a certain sense resembles the early post-Second World War years, actually, but now for a new set of purposes. And yes, we have, the Europeans and Americans have exactly the same goal, which is to reduce more than 50% in this decade and then eventually go to net zero. We in Europe are more leaning towards carbon pricing and these kind of issues. There's more direct support in the IRA, but the goal is the same. So if we just sort out the nuances between us, we can sort of collectively strengthen the West, but also taking the lead in moving to a more climate-friendly economy.
So it feels like, NATO's making all the right steps here, but it is nascent. And just this discussion is very overwhelming. There's so much to do. Having everything being a priority means nothing's a priority. In the last couple seconds, what do you both think are the key priorities that NATO should focus on in this area in the next few years? I'll start with you.
Well, number one, we started, it's nascent, understand the depth of the influence of these trends on security landscape, both globally but also in specific context. Number two, find out what NATO itself can do to contribute to climate mitigation, sort of reducing impact of its own operations. I mean, here, for instance, new technologies like simulators means that you can learn more without spending, burning so much fuel as we're waiting for the new fuels. And thirdly, adapt to climate change for NATO's own operations, all missions, that, you know, recognize that the world in 20, 30 years will look fundamentally different, the physical world, and we can start to predict what it will look like. So don't build stuff today that will be irrelevant in 20, 30 years, because all major military investments are supposed to be there for at least 30 years. Yeah. So make sure that you're adapted to the physical world that you will have in 30 years already now.
John, last
Yeah, I would say analysis, you know, threat assessment, planning, training, operating together in an environment that's rapidly changing, understanding those mission needs, using the transformation command to basically resource those, and then I would put a big emphasis on early warning, building the systems that will give people the ability, and both our own countries and countries across the globe, the ability to respond early enough that the most extensive damage can be mitigated at the front end, which is a lot cheaper than doing it after the fact.
Thanks to both of you. I think we covered a lot of territory in 20 minutes, and thanks to the audience. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, panelists, for enlarging scope of our discussion. Climate is certainly impacting the way our militaries train, fight. It impacts the context in which our threats develop and the way we innovate. So one area that is most impacted by climate change is the Arctic. So I would now invite you to watch a short video with a view from the Arctic, featuring leaders of Finland, Northwest Territories in Canada, and North Slope of Alaska. Take a look.
NATO complements Finland's unique concept for comprehensive security in the sparsely populated north. It also brings safety and stability for the northern residents by balancing military powers in a broader Arctic region.
The Rangers play a huge role in defense and security, but they must receive financial and capacity support to be competent defenders. Community businesses and entrepreneurs are well positioned to build up infrastructure systems and security workforces.
Rovaniemi is the home of Lapland Air Wing and the Jäger Brigade's anti-aircraft unit. Finland's first F-35 fighters will be stationed at Lapland Air Wing. Additionally, Rovaniemi hosts Western Europe's largest shooting range and military training area.
We still have so much to learn about the Arctic. The moon is better mapped than the Arctic Ocean floor. NATO has had a very good record of supporting science over its history. Arctic research is something that is still very, very important for the security of all of our nations.
The uncertainty of climate change in the Arctic needs a holistic, indigenous and Western science approach and understanding of the land and climate devastation.
As climate change progresses, natural resources and maritime routes in the Arctic region become more easily accessible, increasing tension in the area.
We have to realize that the Bering Strait is really the Bering Gate.
Global impacts on the Arctic need global solutions and speedy collaborative efforts to defend and secure Arctic homelands and protect the human rights of indigenous peoples and northerners that make the Arctic their home.
Thank you for joining us for this video. For our virtual participants, you can now tune in for conversation with youth voices from Ukraine and a conversation with General Philippe Lavin, Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. And for guests here, please feel free to join us for a coffee break, get caffeinated, get some conversation going, and meet us here in 30 minutes. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Townsend, and I'm with the Center for a New American Security, or CNAS. And I spent about 35 years of my life working on NATO and Europe in the Pentagon. So it is a great pleasure for me personally to be here for the 75th anniversary of NATO, and a real personal feeling for me to be here with my good friend and the Supreme Allied Commander of Transformation, General Philippe Levine. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much to be here, and it's so important to have this 75th anniversary in Washington, where the treaty was signed.
Absolutely, and the weather is pretty hot here, and I'm wondering, back in the day, was it as hot for them as it is for us today?
Oh, I don't know, but it's the same weather I've got in Norfolk, Virginia, where I'm living. So it's and I've got no jet lag. So I'm the local man of this summit.
Well, that's a great position to be in.
Yeah.
And just based on what you said about being in Norfolk, you've been there for 3 years as the SAC-T, as the Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. And a lot of you probably know SAC-T, or ACT, Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, is in charge of keeping the alliance looking forward and keeping the alliance in a state of transformation to make sure we don't get mired in the past, and that we're always alert for the threat coming in the future and how to handle it. So, General, my first question for you is, you've been there 3 years. What's your takeaway from that posting there in Norfolk? Besides eating fried food and Southern cuisine, what's your takeaway from your time as ACT?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question, very important question. But back to what is ACT, what we are doing is, you know we love acronyms in NATO, it's Allied Command Transformation, but I pitch ACT with the A for anticipation. What is the new reality? What are the drivers of change for tomorrow? And of course, then we have to propose to the nations and to NATO how to keep the edge. Because the aim of transformation, the aim of all this is to keep the edge in order to protect our 1 billion people, in order to preserve peace and stability. So anticipation, and then concept to capabilities. We can talk about cognitive warfare, multi-domain operation, digital transformation, to capabilities, because at the end we need capabilities for our warfighters. And of course, 95% of the capabilities are developed by the nations. So it's why I'm sort of chef d'orchestre, manager of the team, in order to say to each nation, hey, you have to produce this effect. And so then they have to deliver the capabilities. I'm building 5% of the capabilities, which is the glue of it. And the T of ACT is super important, and is the most important, is the talents. Because we need skills, we need the right skill, we need the right people, we need the people to be trained in and exercised to be able to keep the edge. So 3 years, wow, it has gone so fast. But 3 years, my perception is, when I jump into this job, NATO was strong to have this team, strong to have this type of processes, exercising. But today, NATO is stronger, and tomorrow NATO will be even stronger than today. Why? Because we have refocused. We have refocused on collective defense, which means more able to deter, be stronger in our defense. Of course, we can talk about, and I'm sure that Chris Cavalier has talked already about, operational plan, C2, command and control, and forces. But we are also, we've got plans to tackle the future of the challenge of the future. So we will be stronger, and we are stronger with 2 new allies. When I arrived in these 3 years, I've made 3 military integration: North Macedonia, Finland, and then Sweden.
It's fabulous.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. And we are stronger because our nations, our political authorities are committed on defense and deterrence. They are, and it was said, committed with more defense spending, 23 nations above 2%. So that's what I'm taking from these 3 years. But the big thing is, it's good to have 75th anniversary, but we need to protect our future. We need to continue to keep the edge. And the new reality is what I say, it's more faster everywhere, interconnected. So how to deter in this new world? How to keep the edge? We need to produce more, not only capabilities, but more training, more interoperability. And the way we are going to do that is through a multi-domain operation alliance enabled by this necessary digital transformation.
Well, that's a lot. I think I have 1,000 questions, and I'm sure you all do out there in the audience as well. But let me ask you something about industry, because I know that's a very important part of what you do. It's something that a lot of people think about when they think about NATO, but it's become really important now for the U.S. defense industry and those industries in Europe as well to work together to try to help you deliver on the future, develop those capabilities. So as you leave now at the end of your 3 years, do you see the relationships between NATO and industry and the transatlantic industrial relationship? Is that now more cooperative, helping out to try to help us face the future? Are you seeing progress?
Yes, I've seen progress, but it's not only this community of interest. We are working with other community of interest, academia, young people, research lab. We've got a MOU with different labs, either in Europe or in the US, Johns Hopkins University, MIT, etc., etc. So I think it's all this world has to work more and more collaboratively in order to propose, to help us to get at the pace, but also at the scale what we need. Because as I say, we need more and faster. And so of course there are. If I'm taking the example of space. Space is, and especially the new space. We need the civilian, the private sector in order to help us to build either our situation, our space domain awareness. We need it for high connectivity, low latency for autonomous system. We need for the new command and control we are going to deliver. We need to work. But how to do that? It's by opening our military exercises, training, experimentation, brainstorming. We have to be all of us around the table. And yes, we have done some progress, but there are so much things to do again. So I'm very confident. There is a way, there is a will, so we will succeed.
Well, let me ask you a question about the future. Based on what you just said, you've got a pretty good idea of what NATO still needs to do, and the work ahead. As you look at turning over your command to your successor, what would you advise your command about your vision of the future and your vision of what NATO needs to be doing to handle the future? Where should the priorities be? What are the characteristics that your successor needs to take into consideration?
So I think that we've got already a lot of things on the table, and we after this the political guidance we received in 2023 with my brother in arms, General Chris Cavoli, we put on the table what do we need. So it's on the table. And so nations know what we have to do. But the question is how to do it. For example, when I'm talking about digital transformation, data centricity, data is the fuel of tomorrow. I will tell him, well, military, we have to continue to do a lot of things: training, exercising, thinking about the future and translating in requirement. But we have also to work with our political authorities to share more the data in order to be stronger together, for example. I will say continue to work with the civilian society, because, for example, resilience is, we've got a huge interdependency between military resilience and civilian resilience. If I'm talking about cognitive warfare and misinformation and disinformation, it's an all society approach. So I will say to him, work and be sure that everybody is working together, because it's not only a military solution, it's a all society approach we need to have.
Well, General, we're running out of time, but I just want to say that what you just said makes me very much want to come back into government and work for you at ACT. But you're going to be moving on, and we're going to miss you very much. I know ACT will, and I know NATO headquarters will. And I look forward to hearing more from you in the future as you go on to your next assignment and take on the future from wherever you end up within the French military.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. It was a great honor, but also, as you see in my face, a great pleasure. And I will keep going to serve and to protect our future.
Well, I'll send you some fried seafood next year, because I know you'll miss it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
Kept in brutal conditions for 2.5 years because they defend a new family. Beaten every day, slept standing up, weighted 45 kilograms. That's the reality of my brother. As a prisoner, as a war prisoner. To be heartbroken 4 times because Russians said that your son dead. To lose all your property 4 times because a missile hit your house. But to stay and continue to fight. That's the reality of my family. Everyone has their own reality in the world right now, everywhere, but fighting and staying true to ourselves. That's only what we have right now.
Every day, millions of Ukrainians perform a heroic feat by defending Ukraine with arms in hands. Despite air raids and blackouts, we continue to work, study, and help others. Volunteer and raise funds for those who are on the battlefield and those who have been injured in the shelling, to protect our freedom and independence. It's a heroic feat of being brave, strong, and unbreakable. Today, each of you can perform the same feat, to save the lives of those who are saving yours in this very second. But there's only one way to save the life, one simple thing: to close the sky. The time has come for a common feat, for the common dreams to come true. It is time to make a final decision and not back down on it, because together we can change the course of history and ensure a future of peace and justice.
Everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm very excited for the discussion that will follow. We are the TV studio at the NATO Public Forum. My name is Max. I'm from Ukraine. I make educational videos online. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves to our audience?
Yeah, sure. My name is Mariam Goblashvili. I'm a vice president of Youth Atlantic Treaty Association.
Hi, my name is Josie Bloom. I'm the NATO research team lead at the Center for Warfare Analysis and Evaluation.
Okay, amazing. Let's kick it off with the first question.
Sure.
It's going to be a hard one. How has the Russian invasion of Ukraine changed the lives of youth in Ukraine?
Yeah, exactly. We are observing that it has happened. And actually, the Ukrainians, young Ukrainians, they should work and study in Ukraine, in a peaceful Ukraine, are facing this kind of war and try to survive. I can tell you a story. We as YATA have many chapters, like 40 chapters, and one of them are YATA Ukraine, or is YATA Ukraine. And after we got elected in 2022, we tried to contact YATA Ukraine. It was very difficult, and after a long time we got an answer that the president of YATA Ukraine is on the battlefield and fighting. And this is the reality young generation is facing. And we as Europeans, we as member of NATO should do everything to support these great people. They try to be helpful for Ukraine against Russian aggression.
I think for me, the biggest takeaway was that it really can happen to anyone. And I think while that's scary, I think it's an important thing to understand. I don't know, I grew up at the height of the global war on terror. And I think while I knew things were going on, I wasn't fully old enough to understand all that. And all of a sudden, I'm 18, 19 years old. Even just at home, scrolling through TikTok, I'm seeing videos of Ukrainians, making things like get ready with me to go to the bomb shelter, or they're doing days in their life where they get attacked halfway through. And it really honed into me that this can happen to anyone, and that for many people over in Ukraine, that is an unfortunate reality. And I think that while we've seen the resiliency of them demonstrated countless times, I think it's important to understand that this is an absolutely real threat that does happen, and we need to be taking steps to address it.
I was actually on the way here, I was on the call with my grandma, I call my grandma every day, and then the connection just cut off because the lights were cut because of the Russian strikes, and she had to go to the bomb shelter. She actually finds it very comfortable. She set up a whole thing for herself there of all her favorite things. As a Ukrainian, I think sometimes it's tough to find a balance between asking for more help, but also being grateful for the support that we get. But if I can address this question to you, the question is, what more can NATO and other international organizations do to help the Ukrainian effort in our fight for freedom?
Yeah, sure. I would say that the support of NATO is essential, and I would like to underline that NATO supports Ukraine greatly. But, of course, we should support Ukraine more and greatly. That means that I would wish more financial support, more military support, faster support for Ukraine. Of course, I would also underline that we should support young generation, because the young generation is one who will build the future of Ukraine. From this point of view, I can tell you that I saw during the public forum some Ukrainian friends of mine, and I was very happy that I could meet them here. And this is the right way to have these people here, to talk with them, to involve young generation of Ukrainians with these processes, and to enable them to be active and engaged in this kind of processes. And a friend of mine was also here, and I can tell you that here T-shirt has the title, the sentence like, "Be brave like Ukraine is." And I think that is the message we should take also for us, we as NATO and as European Union and also as individuals.
First and foremost, I echo everything Mariam said, but I think something that we kind of forget sometimes, although it may seem obvious, I think that one of the most important things, truly, is to be listening and hearing what they're saying and really taking it in. I think that while we have the luxury of not being in that situation, that's not a situation that everyone's in, and unfortunately not everyone has that luxury. I just think that it's important that they know, the people of Ukraine know what's going to help. And while it's important that we're giving them things, we've heard talks of F-16s being sent and munitions and logistics support. That's all important, but at the end of the day, I think it's more not we can help you with this and how can we help you.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, I think this kind of, because I remember, just if I think about my own experience in my own hometown, at the very, very early in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, how our air defense system was not able to deal with the Russian strikes. Now, of course, it's much better thanks to the support of international community, everybody watching the work that you guys are doing. But of course, we do need more, and thank you very much for saying this. I'd like to move to maybe a slightly positive, optimistic conversation. I think Ukrainians as a nation, I think we are optimistic at our core. I think we always think about the future, think that the future will be bright, which I believe it will be. From your perspectives, given your fields and your expertise, what does the don't even want to say post-war, post-victory future look like for Ukraine?
Yeah, that was actually very nice that you said post-war, post-victory. This is essential. So we should often mention this kind of words, not what will happen after the war, no, what will happen when Ukraine will win. And this is essential. There must be no another scenario than victory of Ukraine. And this is essential for us, for young generation, for Europe, for freedom, liberty, and democracy of Europe and transatlantic, etc. Because Ukrainians are not fighting not only for their own country, but for all of us. So after Ukraine wins this war, I see the bright future of Ukraine. I think that after this terrible war, Ukraine can gain the strength, and afterwards we will see Ukraine with better infrastructure, with more European institutions, with brighter success in every field, and I'm looking forward for this day. And I want like to mention also that many people lost their lives during this terrible war, and we all should help Ukraine and support Ukraine in name of these people who lost their lives. And we as youth, we as young organization, Youth Atlantic Treaty Association, are happy to help in this process, to rebuild Ukraine and to support Ukraine and young generation of Ukraine.
I think that post-victory, I see a Ukraine where the people don't have this looming threat of Russian aggression over their heads. And I think that without that looming threat, Ukraine can begin to work on meeting those benchmarks to join NATO. And joining NATO, as much as, Ukraine needs NATO, we need Ukraine. I think it's important, Ukraine, we can help strengthen democracy and really help protect stability and political democracy within that region. And I think that's something that we often forget. I think it's super important to defend that.
I think you mentioned the sacrifices that people in Ukraine have made. For the audience watching, I'm sure you guys are aware, there is, I don't know, a Ukrainian family that hasn't had a loss in the family or close to the family, including mine. And I think it's really great to see at the summit a lot of really positive, strong, bold support for Ukraine. But as you have mentioned, what we're looking for are also actions, but also not just today, on the day of the summit, but also most importantly on the other 364, right? 364 days in the year. I wonder maybe if we could finish with a slightly different question. So I'm from the south of Ukraine, the northern coast of Black Sea. I wonder if there is a part of Ukraine that you would like to visit post-victory.
Yes, sure. That would be Odessa.
Good choice.
Okay, great.
I have a friend who just last week visited Kyiv, and it honestly looked amazing. I think seeing everything, even seeing it now with everything going on, it just seemed incredible. I think post-victory, I would love to visit it, not only for the history, but just to see, here's what a post-war Ukraine looks like, and here's what, Ukraine should look like.
Okay, both of those places, highly recommended. If you do get a chance and you want something maybe, hopefully that will be less busy, it would be Mykolaiv, that is my hometown. We have loads of bridges, loads of rivers, loads of good snacks.
I'm looking forward.
Yes, I would like to maybe close, because we are at time. For the people watching, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for support, and your support means a lot to us in Ukraine and to the international community. And I, really appreciate the NATO Public Forum and everything that's happening here. And yes, I think for me, I've seen a lot of positive things, but I think to summarize what we've been saying here, we are looking for more bold action and bold steps by NATO and the international community. For also all the Ukrainians watching, дякую вам дуже, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Hello, everyone. We are now resuming our programming with a session on NATO in a digital world. It is my great pleasure to invite to the stage Ambassador Kornblue, Distinguished Fellow at the German Marshall Fund, to moderate this panel. They will be delving into the ways that NATO and its commercial partners are deepening collaboration in order to combat disinformation and safeguard the alliance's technological edge. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Kornblue to the stage.
Welcome everyone to this panel on NATO in a digital world. We have the perfect panel to discuss this topic. Starting to my right, we have Karan Bacha, who's the Google Head of Public Policy and Government Relations. Robert Blair, Microsoft General Manager, National Security and Emerging Technology. And Ludwig de Camp, General Manager, NATO Communications and Information Agency. This topic is underscored by the fact that in the declaration yesterday, hybrid threats were mentioned. We know that NATO's adversaries are intent on using disinformation, cyber attacks, ransomware to not only supplement military activities, but to attempt to undermine our democratic societies as a whole. So we'll get into all of those topics. I wanted to start first, Karan, and ask you about the digital transformation of NATO, and then I'll ask our whole panel to start off and just give us some thoughts about that. What are your perspectives on that? Why do you feel that that's important at this time?
Well, look, I think we're seeing digital transformation reshaping institutions, governments, companies around the world. So it stands to reason, I think, that NATO, both as an institution and in terms of member countries, is focused on it rightfully as well. You know, I think four things really jump to mind in terms of why it's so important, Karen. I think the first is just simply the operational efficiencies that are being derived from digital transformation, from moving into a cloud operating environment, from the application of artificial intelligence to solutions. These are palpable gains in terms of efficiencies, in terms of cost savings, in terms of being able to provide better services. So I'd first of all point to operational efficiency. Secondly, very close to NATO's missions itself, digital transformation enables greater interoperability and enables sharing of information, of intelligence, of threat information. Look, third, closely related is cybersecurity. I mean, it's been a recurring theme over the last day, how critical that entire threat vector is, and digital transformation, what we see going on, is going to be absolutely key to addressing that. And then lastly, maybe most excitingly, optimistically, is the innovation that is being released by what we're seeing globally. The ecosystems of innovation that are happening, often in partnership with entities like NATO, that are creating these test beds of new technologies that are going to be really the differentiator, we think, for NATO and for the NATO member countries going forward. So altogether, we think there's a broad set of reasons, but I all counsel in favor of leaning into the digital transformation process that's underway.
Thank you. Robert, what are your thoughts on the digital transformation and why it's important at this time?
Well, I think before I should add just a couple things to what Karan had to say. First, thank you for having us up here today. This is an incredibly important topic, and I think that you've really got at least two extraordinarily well-qualified people up here to talk about it. So I think it's important to talk a little bit about the threat environment that NATO's facing, both currently in the cyberspace. It's an active area of operations. We're seeing nation-state actors operate across the world in cyberspace, and we don't see that threat vector going down anytime soon. And just in terms of cyber attacks, we're facing roughly 345 million cyber attacks, Microsoft and our users, every day. 345 million every day. And these attacks are not just prolific, they're becoming more advanced. That shows us that the actors that are behind them are seeing significant value, or at least not seeing a lot of cost in implementing these against people like Microsoft and other nation states. Not only that, they're becoming more consequential if they're going to actually succeed. More and more, in fact, we're tracking at this point of roughly 40% of nation-state cyber attacks are against critical infrastructure targets, and we've revealed some in the recent past. These are targeted largely toward civilian infrastructure, not necessarily military infrastructure. So it's incredibly important that NATO begin to occupy this space in order to ensure that we don't cede it to potential adversaries. I think the other one builds upon major lessons learned from the Ukraine crisis. The main reason that the Ukrainian government was able to sustain its control, its services to its people, is that it digitized its economy. It digitized its government. It digitized its services to its people so that when the Russians combined cyber and kinetic attacks in what we're calling a new sort of hybrid warfare, they're able to move those services outside of areas of harm into areas where they could continue. So this is the time for NATO to take a look at these threat factors. This is the time for NATO to digitize, and we're really proud to be a partner for that effort.
And Ludwig, you're living it every day, so tell us how it's going, but also why you think it's important to be doing this at this time.
Thank you, Karen. I believe the composition of this panel is already part of the message, because digital transformation is very much about NATO partnering with industry and making concrete advances in digital transformation. But the centerpiece really is for NATO to be able to work across multi-domain and conduct multi-domain operations. What does that mean? Everybody's familiar with land, maritime, air. We added to that as domains of operation cyber, which is not just cybersecurity, it's the cyberspace domain, so the information domain, if you wish, and in addition to that also space. And so digital transformation is really an enabler. It's not just about technology, it's also the human dimension, it's also how we adapt as an organization. So that bottom line is these new technologies and emerging and disruptive technologies pose a lot of risk and challenges upon NATO, but they also offer a lot of opportunities. And so it would be a significant handicap if we just were focusing on dealing with the challenges of new technology and not reaping the benefits of that new technology. So that's why digital transformation is so important for NATO.
Terrific. Let's get a little more specific. And maybe I'll start with Robert, because you bring up some of the cybersecurity challenges. Can you dig in a little bit deeper? As you said, Microsoft is often on the front lines, as is Google, of these attacks. Tell us a little bit about the specific challenges in terms of deterrence and attribution especially.
I'm glad you're bringing up deterrence, because I've been having a lot of conversations along these lines in the last several weeks. We seem to be entering into a new narrative, a new time of policy formation between industry and governments around how to really wrestle with cyber deterrence. It's a really hard problem. And it starts with attribution. Historically, it's been difficult to always provide solid attribution for nation-state and non-nation-state actors. There still is tremendous challenge in that, but as their TTPs have changed, our ability to actually figure out who's doing what and from where have also evolved. So the attribution challenge now, I think, lies less in can we do it technologically, more in how do we do the attribution? How do we combine forces between government and industry, and civil society for that matter, outside of industry, in order to provide a common voice, not just on specific cyber attacks, but on the potential consequences of those attacks. And not just on the potential consequences of those attacks, but on the cumulative effect of any, what we call an advanced persistent threat actor, somebody who continues to do this sort of thing over and over and over again. We believe it's important for everyone to have a better idea of who's doing these things, what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how we can protect ourselves against it. So first and foremost, I think it's incredibly important that we all within industry, which we're already doing, strengthen our relationships with governments and multilateral organizations and civil society to provide that common voice. I think once that attribution challenge has been addressed, it's important for governments to begin to lean very hard into a conversation on red lines, the sorts of cyber attacks that cross those red lines, and then the consequences that need to come about. And those consequences need to be applied, and they need to be applied across all government actors. There are certain things that industry can't do. We are limited to defensive actions. And the quote that I said earlier, 345 million attacks a day, if you look at it, we talk about 5 nines, right? 5 nines as being the epitome of reliability in any critical system. So that's 1 in every 100,000 events we can stop everything besides 1 in 100,000 events. If there's 345 million attacks, that's still 3,450, if I did my math right, 3,450 attacks that make it through every day. That is an unacceptable level of penetration. And we think it's much lower than that based upon our stats. But still, as the number of attacks go up, it's important that we move away from an attempted deterrence by denial, which is where we are today, to deterrence by consequences. And that's something that only governments and multilateral organizations can step into and achieve in cooperation with industry and civil society.
Okay, great. We'll turn back to Ludwig in a second. But Karan, you have released a video and a white paper that I've seen on cyber defense, how to support cyber defenders. Can you talk a little bit about
I mean, look, what Rob describes, we're certainly seeing as well. We have, long been, by virtue of our significant consumer set of products as well, intensely aware of this set of threats. We're defending, the personal information of billions of people every day at Google around the world. So it's a threat that we've been acutely focused on for a long time, and certainly see a lot of what Rob is describing. But the paper that you're referring to looks at the potentially very exciting new opportunities that artificial intelligence presents. And it certainly can be AI. I think we've discussed previously in forums like these, presents threats, but it can also be an incredible enabler for the defender in this scenario, and really for a number of reasons. I think the first is in detecting, identifying the threat, the challenges that is faced through the sheer volume of information that people on the front lines are forced to deal with is a task that AI is perfectly made for. And we are already seeing, as Google's deploying its technology, that being one of the biggest advantages that AI presents. So taking that massive volume of data and turning it into really actionable insights for the defender. I think the second thing, not just in the threat detection category, but in the response category, AI has got this extraordinary capability of helping people writing code, doing it better, doing it more securely, doing it faster. And that has allowed the systems to become more robust in a way that's really a bit of a game changer. And then lastly, it's simply a question of the time savings, the focus that AI allows, the alleviation of repetitive, tedious tasks to allow for the defender to really be at the forefront of, strategically acting against what the biggest challenges are. And so the combination of those things are one of the reasons why at Google we've been, investing in AI for cybersecurity in a way that we think is going to be, in partnership with entities like NATO, a game changer.
Terrific. Ludwig, I want to also put on the table disinformation, because I know that's part of, as you've said, part of cyberspace and the challenges of cyberspace. In the U.S., just in the last days, the Department of Justice deterred or dismantled a bot network that Russia was using, powered by AI, to try to sow discord in the U.S. So this challenge of disinformation is not going away, and China, Iran, others are learning all too quickly how to sow discord in our democratic societies. How does NATO think about this topic, and tell us what you're doing about it?
Yeah, okay, AI was mentioned, and of course it poses threats, as was mentioned, also in terms of coding and cybersecurity and so on. But we also want to see how it can help us with our situational awareness in cyberspace, and that includes misinformation, disinformation campaigns. And so NATO has adopted a strategy with regard to AI. First, as part of that strategy, and we're working very closely together with industry on this, is responsible use of AI. So we have agreed on a number of principles for responsible use. But also we said we want to do AI in a step-by-step approach on concrete use cases. And one use case is exactly that, Karen, is created an analytical tool with industry so that we have a better insight into information domain, public media, and so on, social media, and so on. And also we can identify misinformation and disinformation campaigns, that then we pass on that information to our colleagues from public diplomacy so that they can take counteraction. And that is an AI-enabled platform that we have developed together with industry that provides that level of insight. That's just one example. We have several other examples where NATO is step-by-step implementing in real terms through these use cases, AI.
Give us one more use case.
Well, we have a...
I just think it's important for people to really understand what's happening every day. Yeah.
Well, part of the challenge is also because AI is very much a learning environment that learns from data, widespread and data available. And that's why the computing power and so on is so important, and also cloud is so important. But also we have in NATO classified information, operational classified information. And what we have done is a use case on creating a NATO-owned environment where we can upload up to NATO secret data that allows us then to run AI tools on that data. And there's a broad application of that. For instance, better understanding the situation in Ukraine is one case in point where we are sitting together with military commanders. You can do trend analysis, you can visualize what's happening. That's another use case that I thought is quite interesting.
So, as you said, one of the things that's unique about this space is that it is, unlike traditional military endeavors, it's not run by governments. The private sector is where all of this defense and offense is located. So maybe you could, not all of it, obviously, but a great deal of it. So maybe we can start with the private sector with Karan and then Robert. Talk to us a little bit about some of the obstacles to government and the private sector working together, and what kinds of things can be done to overcome those challenges. How should the private sector and governments, and especially NATO, be working more closely together?
I mean, a couple of thoughts, Karen, and you're exactly right. I mean, look, the days of 40, 50 years ago where much of the innovation resided in government or is not the world we live in anymore. This is an imperative that there be good coordination and collaboration between the public and private sectors. I mean, a couple of thoughts. One is cloud. The reality is that much of the innovation, particularly the AI-related innovation that we're talking about, needs to happen in a cloud environment. It's just simply implausible that it would happen in a sort of on-prem...
Say one more sentence about that for those who don't understand why.
I mean, historically, many entities, private sector companies have run their own computer systems. And the belief in the past had been that that is safer or more economical. We know today now that it is none of the above. It is, moving into a cloud with the redundancy, the resiliency, and the efficiencies and the security that it provides is better. But it is also core to enabling the AI applications to be designed and run. So I do think that as we're seeing part of this digital transformation, our government's moving in that journey to being a cloud-hosted sort of organizations. And look, from Google's perspective, we're excited by that. We're a cloud-native company. We, basically all of our services from the inception have been in the cloud, and we think that set of skills is something that would enable us to be able to serve NATO members, NATO institutions, and others. But it is going to require companies coming to the table with governments and getting that confidence and making that step forward. So I'd say cloud is a big area. The other area that I'd flag that I think there does need to be good collaboration, coordination, is regulation. I mean, a lot of the entities that you're talking about here are private sector companies that may or may not be familiar with working in a governmental environment. We want to see those companies succeed. We want to see those companies grow. We want to see the ecosystem get built. That's going to require thinking about sort of the broader regulatory and policy environment in which those companies are coming up. Is there the right set of policies around a whole host of things? How data is dealt with, privacy, a tax law, I mean, you name it. There needs to be thought provided, which is not a traditional space I think that the national security community necessarily goes to. But when you start thinking about the private sector as really being a new form of partner, and particularly, look, it's one thing for the big companies, the Microsofts, the Googles, we've got plenty of lawyers that can sort of work our way through these things. But some of the more innovative solutions are going to be found by smaller companies that are going to be determined by, well, does the regulation allow us to start innovating in this space or not? So I think that's another area that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to discussion and dialogue and having public and private sector work more closely together. But those are two areas that I'd flag.
And Robert, are you finding challenges that you can identify between private sector and the public sector working together, and what opportunities do you see for knitting those two together to just address these grave challenges that we have ahead of us?
Well, first of all, I think that what Kron just laid out is really a masterclass in some of the challenges that we in industry, and I spent 22 years in the government, so I saw it on both sides of that particular aisle. I think taking a second to look at the cloud conversation is very important. Sitting down and realizing there are multiple ways to get services through the cloud to the cloud for both classified and unclassified data. And to the extent that governments, especially the militaries, are more comfortable moving some of those workloads, keeping them on classified cloud, on commercial cloud, rather than hiving them off onto an on-premises solution, that allows them to get access to the best innovation. Industry innovates on the cloud. That's where we are. We put our best, because of the way AI works and the data training process works, the best AI models will always be native to the cloud. The best cybersecurity will always be on the cloud. When quantum becomes available, it will be mostly available through the cloud. I am a little worried that within NATO, there's been a bifurcation of investment across different NATO countries, and there are some countries that risk being left behind from this innovation cybersecurity revolution, and that needs to be taken a look at holistically, and that's something that we are more than happy to have a conversation with NATO about and with the partner states. But once you get past those larger macro issues, sometimes it's just a matter of trust. And the best way that we've found to get through some of these trust issues is to put everybody into the same room, give them a common mission, and then have them work through it. And I think the NATO Integrated Cyber Center is really a fantastic example of how that can and will work well. One of the things that we're doing with the US government is helping them set up sandboxes for AI. Folks, my family included, still have a lot of trepidation. I understand why around AI and its application, especially in the national security space. So one of the best things we can do is sit down in a safe environment, learn about the needs from the military, put our best engineers toward it, and then play with those ideas in a secure environment where nothing's going to get hurt. That builds up trust in the defense side of that house, that builds up trust in the industrial side of the house, and we begin to think through longer-term investment processes that incorporate both your need for longer-term planning and our need to make sure that we take care of our shareholders.
Ludwig, you tell your side of the story. Where do you see obstacles with working with the private sector, and what do you think are the opportunities for both sides improving to do more innovation together, more defense together?
Yeah, so perhaps highlighting one point. A few weeks before the wholesale invasion by Russia of Ukraine, so that was in January 22, I signed a memorandum of agreement with Ukraine on technical cooperation between the agency that I lead and Ukraine. And initially the focus was very much helping Ukraine in terms of interoperability, what does it mean, and so on. But this has really been a two-way street, because we learn a lot of how Ukraine collaborates with industry, and clouds is one example, clear example of that. So, and when it comes to collaboration with industry, clearly there is always the contractual part of it, but we need to look really at how we can build longer-term partnerships, in the sense that we need to make sure that the contracts and the partnerships are also fit for Article 5, fit for collective defense. And I believe that is easier said than done, and that's more than just...
Can you unpack that a little bit? Tell us about what that would mean and why it's difficult.
What it means in concrete terms is actually in the digital space, we have gone extremely far in our reliance on industry for providing cloud-based solutions, for providing software, for helping us with cybersecurity. As we speak, my team is now defending the NATO networks. They don't do it alone, they do it together with industry. But that creates a dependency, a critical dependency that we need to solidify across the full spectrum of threats, including collective defense. And so there's no way back, and I think it's a good thing, that dependency, but it needs to be managed. And because there's a lot of innovation that comes from industry, a lot of capacity that comes from industry. For instance, just in this cybersecurity space, I'm aware of the number of people you have on a day-by-day basis monitoring the cyber threat landscape. NATO, as an intergovernmental organization, would never be able to do that. Have so many, that big capacity permanently monitored. So we want to reap the benefits from it, but we also want to make sure that in times of crisis and war, you will still be there to support us. And that, I believe, requires a new set of contracts, but also a new set of partnerships longer term with industry.
Okay, that's terrific. This is such a short panel and there's so much to say, but we only have 3 minutes left. So what I'd like to ask you is, there is a discussion of hybrid threats in the declaration that came out yesterday. I'd like you to think going forward a year from now at the next summit. What would you like to see as an agreement among the countries of NATO, but also with industry partners a year hence? And should I start with you? Why don't I start with you, Ludwig, and we can finish up with Kron.
Well, we started with digital transformation, and we have identified a number of beacon projects that will enable digital transformation, and one of them is cloud adoption at scale. And that is really what we're working on together with industry to reap the benefits from cloud computing across the full scope of the information domain that NATO is covering. So that is going to be definitely a main line of effort that we will take forward, and hopefully we'll be able to report some good progress on that. NATO wasn't among the first adopters of cloud computing, but now we are accelerating it, and we also are learning from perhaps the mistakes that others have made and not make those same mistakes. So, but that is definitely something on which I believe we will move forward, again with the help of nations, because a lot of nations have gone through that experience already, and they can inform us about the do's and don'ts. So, yeah.
So, Robert, it sounds like NATO is taking your advice on the cloud. Same question, but I guess I didn't put enough urgency behind it. I mean, there's a lot happening. So a year from now does not mean, we're all going to be sitting around thinking big thoughts, and then a year from now we'll come out with a new statement. Russia's very busy in Europe. China's out there. What would you like to see NATO urgently work on over the next year, so that a year hence we're in a different spot?
I'm going to have to repeat myself a little bit. I think cyber deterrence is urgent. It's an immediate threat. There are many much smarter than I who are looking at what's going on in cyberspace as really phase zero activities, so pre-kinetic activities. And whether those triggers are actually pulled tomorrow or in several years is somewhat irrelevant. If we, as a group of industry and nations, don't take steps to secure cyberspace now, we could find ourselves in a very bad place and a very bad day. So that common pact on cybersecurity, both on attribution and on cyber deterrence.
Great. Karan, why don't you bring us home?
I'd certainly +1 to what both Ludwig and Rob said, but in the goal of trying to say something different, let me throw out 2 other things that I'd put as challenges. One is to work, and this may not be a 6-month or 1-year thing, but the reality is that human resources and skilling is a significant challenge to all of the economies here being effective, and also there is a political dynamic to this. As the technology changes people's lives, if people are not part of that equation, they are going to feel more and more alienated from it and from the institutions that are adopting it. So I think one challenge is to think about how do we collectively, public and private sector, work on that. It's a space that Google's been working intensively on with a number of governments, including Ukraine, on trying to raise the skilling level of people, particularly in areas like cybersecurity, where there's a huge huge need. And then the other area that I would just flag is global governance structures, particularly around artificial intelligence, but other regulatory areas writ large. We are at a moment of equipoise as to whether we are going to move towards a unified transatlantic kind of vision of how to regulate these technologies, or whether we will, and I fear, thus far we've not seen signals that that's necessarily happening, so I fear the alternative is we have a very balkanized approach, which is really going to be to the detriment and open up the playing field to our adversaries. So those would be two spaces that I would challenge NATO and the member governments to focus.
This has been fantastic, a masterclass, and I think we all have our marching orders, so thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you for facilitating an interesting discussion, and panelists, thank you for bringing in both the private sector perspective and NATO's. I personally have been covering hacking, disinformation, and influence operations for years, and as I'm sure many of us in the audience know, disinformation, influence, and information operations, along with hacking, have changed and transformed through the years, and so has the private sector response to them. So what a timely and relevant conversation for us today as NATO is adapting to a changing information space. Now we are thrilled to feature today's political scene setter up next. Please welcome to the stage Frederick Kemp, the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, for the introduction. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody in the room. Good afternoon in Europe and all around the world joining us virtually. Throughout its history, NATO has stood a major force for good, advancing peace, prosperity, and freedom across the Euro-Atlantic and beyond. U.S. leadership has always been a central pillar in strengthening NATO's collective defense, maintaining stability and security, and promoting peace since the alliance's inception in 1949. What we've learned the last 2 days, and what we all know, is that the alliance faces new challenges, and we face a host of new challenges to the global order, maybe the biggest threat to the global system since the 1930s. President Biden has called this an inflection point. The Atlantic Council has been using that language for some years, seeing it as the fourth inflection point, the period after World War I, period after World War II, period after the Cold War, and the fourth now will be the period after Ukraine prevails in its war, in Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. What all those inflection points have in common is they've been shaped by U.S. leadership alongside partners and allies in a less favorable way at the end of World War I, more favorable way at the end of World War II, and this is history in motion. The post-Cold War world is over, and we're entering a new era that our next speaker, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, has defined as an era of strategic competition in an age of interdependence. Navigating this new era will again require U.S. leadership, principled U.S. leadership alongside partners and allies. It's in that spirit that it's my distinct honor to introduce a U.S. strategic thinker and actor whose insights and vision are crucial as we navigate the complex challenges of this century. His dedication to safeguarding international cooperation and advancing collective security has been unwavering. Jake Sullivan's career is marked by high integrity, intellectual rigor, a deep commitment to diplomacy, strategic thinking, and the pursuit of peace and stability. His leadership has been instrumental in strengthening our alliances, addressing global threats, and promoting a world order based on mutual respect and cooperation. He, like all of us, is navigating wars in Europe, the Middle East, tensions with China. Seldom has a national security advisor dealt with so many challenges simultaneously as has the Biden administration. Earlier this year at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Jake rightly contextualized this inflection point in which we find ourselves today. He said, and I quote, "Nothing in world politics is inevitable. We are in command of our own choices to shape the future for the benefit of our fellow citizens and future generations to come." And that's why we're here today. That's why we're here all week, to make the right choices that shape that future. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 28th Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, Jake Sullivan.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you, and I really want to thank Fred for that unduly generous introduction. But I especially want to thank the entire team who made this forum possible, because this forum is a critical pillar of the summit. Every think tank, every sponsor, every NATO leader, every partner, every participant, and frankly, every citizen who has participated in this forum, either live or virtually, over the course of this summit. I'm honored to have the chance to be here to just say a few words to such an impressive group. I know that one thing that has been on all of our minds throughout this summit and in the lead up to it is Russia's brutal war of conquest against Ukraine. Where are we and where are we headed? Just a few months ago, the situation looked extremely grim. Security funding for Ukraine was held up in our Congress here in Washington, and we all saw the consequences. Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines running out of artillery shells, literally rationing ammo. Ukrainian families worried that Russian forces would take town after town. And we did indeed see the Russians try to press their advantage, seizing that window of opportunity to take additional territory. And back in April, just a few months ago, there were voices predicting that by the time of this summit here in Washington today, Ukraine's lines would crack, Russia would be making a major breakthrough, and the backdrop of this summit would be Russia surging forward across the front. And to be frank, I imagine that many of the people actually in this room today thought that might be the case as well. But Ukrainian forces stood strong, and President Biden, with bipartisan support in Congress, moved heaven and earth to get the national security funding for Ukraine passed. And since then, the picture has changed considerably. Russia's Kharkiv offensive stalled out. Russia is continuing to throw wave after wave of men into the fight, taking little increments of territory, but at astonishing cost. By and large, the front lines have stabilized. Ukrainian mobilization efforts have improved. Ukrainian units are building stronger fortifications and defensive lines, and day by day they're pushing back. This is due to the people of Ukraine, to their sheer courage and commitment to their country and its freedom. But it's also due to the support of the United States and nations around the world, including NATO allies here gathered at this summit. So this morning, I want to speak a little bit about the picture as we see it in Ukraine and the steps that we are taking to ensure that this war is a failure for Russia and a success for Ukraine. I'll start on the military side of things. The fundamentals of this conflict are artillery and air defense. And over the last few months, we've surged both to Ukraine with the new resources authorized by the Congress. Hundreds of thousands of rounds of .155 ammunition to the front lines to help Ukraine repel Russian attacks. And we've now provided Ukraine with long-range capabilities, ATACMS missiles, which the Ukrainians are employing with good effect in Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine, including in Crimea. And at this summit, we've continued to make major moves. First, allies have committed to collectively provide Ukraine with at least 40 billion euros worth of security assistance over the next year. And that's not just a dollar sign. That is equipment, tanks, armored fighting vehicles, artillery, missiles, the whole range of capabilities that Ukraine needs to be able to effectively fight and win. Next, in partnership with our allies, we will provide Ukraine with 5 strategic air defense systems and dozens of tactical systems that are especially relevant to help protect Ukrainian forces on the front lines. The strategic air systems will help Ukraine as it endures a continued pounding by Russia of its energy grid with Russian missiles and drones, and a continued assault on its front lines by Russian planes. And we saw the horrific reality of Russia's brutality with the attack on the Children's Hospital in Kyiv just a few days ago, and we are working with the Ukrainians to deal with that attack and to respond with force and vigor. From our own production, we'll deliver hundreds of critical air defense missiles to Ukraine over the next year as well. There was a point earlier this year when it looked like Ukraine might run out of interceptors, but thanks to decisions President Biden has taken, working with allies and partners, we will ensure that Ukraine remains supplied with the air defense missiles it needs for all of the batteries that we and our allies are now providing. And together, the United States, Denmark, and the Netherlands have begun the transfer of F-16s to Ukrainian forces, and Ukrainian pilots will be operating in theater with those F-16s this summer. Like I said, major moves. And we're also steeled for the struggle ahead. President Putin thinks he can outlast Ukraine and its supporters, and he's taken steps to put Russia's war industry, its defense industry, in fact, its entire economy on a wartime footing. And with help from Iran, from North Korea, and from the People's Republic of China, he's attempting to undertake Russia's most significant defense expansion since the height of the Cold War. But make no mistake, this unsustainable war spending masks underlying weakness and fragility, and the economic costs for Russia are mounting and will compound over time. Meanwhile, NATO allies have been making historic investments in our own defense industrial bases without distorting our national economies the way Russia has. Yesterday, for the first time ever, every ally pledged to develop plans to strengthen their defense industrial capacities at home. And like our defense spending commitment, these individual pledges are critical to our collective security. They're going to help enable the alliance to prioritize production of the most vital defense equipment we need in the event of conflict and to produce the capabilities Ukraine needs as we speak to fight Russia on the battlefield. These pledges will also help forge new industry partnerships across the alliance, create jobs, and strengthen our economic competitiveness. And they will spur greater investment in NATO's most significant advantage, our technology and innovation. As the folks in this room know very well, Russia's brutal war of conquest in Ukraine is evolving rapidly. The very shape of warfare is transforming before our eyes because of innovations, often deadly innovations, in technology and techniques and tactics. Ukraine's continued success in this fight and our success in any future fight will depend on innovation, on creativity, on entrepreneurship, on adaptability. Ukraine and the Ukrainian people have that in spades, and they've demonstrated that since the war began. But Ukraine will also have help from the collective innovation and entrepreneurship of its Western partners, and no one should bet against our collective advantage in this area. Already, we're working with Ukraine to solve some of the key technological challenges of an evolving battlefield: electronic warfare, drones, demining, and more where that came from as the weeks and months unfold. Now, taken all together, the steps that I've laid out have put Ukraine in a stronger position on the battlefield. But the military side of this equation is only one part of the progress that we have seen over the course of 2024. Ukraine, with the support of the United States and other allies and partners, has made really remarkable diplomatic progress as well. Just look at the last month alone. At the G7 summit in Italy, the United States and our partners reached a historic decision to make Russia pay for the damage they've caused by unlocking $50 billion from the Russian sovereign assets that we froze together. In Switzerland, just a couple of days after that G7 summit, Vice President Harris and I had the honor to attend Ukraine's peace conference to support President Zelensky's vision for a just and lasting peace in line with the UN Charter. That peace summit, attended by more than 100 countries and international organizations, was a remarkable sign of Ukraine's diplomatic strength and staying power, both because of the broad range of countries represented and because those countries spoke with a single voice to say that any peace must be based on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the basic maxim that we cannot allow one nation to take another nation's territory by force. In this same time frame, around the G7 summit, President Biden and President Zelensky signed a bilateral security agreement, reflecting a long-term commitment from the United States of America to provide Ukraine the means to ensure its future security. It was genuinely historic. And in a few hours, we're going to make history again. President Biden will convene more than 20 world leaders who've also signed their own bilateral security agreements with Ukraine to launch the Ukraine Compact. This compact knits all of these countries together, and it makes clear that we will continue to support Ukraine in this fight, and we will also help build its force so it can credibly deter and defend against future aggression as well. And after this war is over, all of the countries in the compact will continue to have Ukraine's back, just like we have it now. Over the last couple of days, NATO has come together to announce new measures of long-term support for Ukraine. And the session this afternoon of the NATO-Ukraine Council will put these on full display. This includes a new NATO military command in Germany, led by a 3-star general, who will launch a training, equipping, and force development program for Ukrainian troops. Secretary General Stoltenberg will appoint a new NATO senior representative in Kyiv to deepen Ukraine's institutional relationship with the alliance and engage with senior Ukrainian officials. The alliance reaffirmed in its communiqué yesterday that Ukraine's future is in NATO. This summit, the Washington summit, is about building a bridge to NATO for Ukraine as they continue to implement important reforms. And the steps I've just laid out are the building blocks of that bridge. Together they make clear Putin cannot divide us, he cannot outlast us, he cannot weaken us, and Ukraine, not Russia, will prevail in this war. The landscape of this conflict today is far different than it was in April, when Ukraine was running out of supplies and equipment and Russia was on the move. Today, on the battlefield, Russia is grinding away but not breaking through, and Ukraine is exacting massive costs and attriting Russian strategic capabilities. Diplomatically, Ukraine has concluded a successful peace summit and signed new bilateral security agreements with more than 20 countries, as I mentioned before. And at this summit, Ukraine has secured a historic set of deliverables: air defense, F-16s, additional security assistance, a compact of nations committed to supporting Ukraine for the long term, and the concrete elements of a bridge to NATO. Doesn't mean the days ahead, the weeks ahead, the months ahead are not going to be difficult. They will be difficult. No one knows that better than the people fighting on the front lines. None of the progress that we've seen so far was inevitable. None of it happened by accident. It took the Ukrainians stepping up first and foremost. It also took NATO allies coming together to choose again and again to stand with them, to defend the values that have always united us as democracies: freedom, security, sovereignty, territorial integrity. This is what our predecessors did for 75 years. And this is what we all must do in the years ahead, even when it's tough, in fact, especially when it's tough. So yes, the road ahead will be challenging. President Putin is determined to keep trying to take over Ukraine, and countries like Iran, North Korea, and China are cheerleading him. We're clear-eyed about all of that, but we are also clear-eyed about Ukraine's strengths and resilience and courage and commitment and effectiveness and capabilities. And we're clear-eyed about our own too. And we have confidence in Ukraine and confidence in ourselves, and with that, and with the actual work, the spade work that has gone into the results produced at the summit these last 2 days, we are demonstrating our commitment to stand with Ukraine in their current fight and into the future. And what I would ask in closing is that as we look at the picture before us, and as we think about what we need to do to succeed and to help Ukraine succeed, that we recognize this war has been unpredictable from the start. People thought Kyiv would fall in less than a week. Kyiv still stands today. People thought earlier this year we'd be looking at a much different picture than we're looking at today. The future, the history of Europe, of Ukraine, of the world order is not yet written. As Fred said in his opening comments, nothing is inevitable. It comes down to the choices that we make and the choices that we make together. I believe we've taken some bold steps in the last few days and weeks. We will take more bold steps in the days and weeks to come. President Biden will have the chance to sit down with President Zelensky in a couple of hours to review all of this, and not to rest on our laurels by any stretch, but to say, now that we've come this far, what more do we have to do to get the job done? And we will together get the job done. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And thank you for everything you do every day in service of our common vision for the transatlantic community and a better world for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for that lay of the land at this crucial time for Ukraine. Next, we will turn to a session on addressing the evolving threat of terrorism. Please join me in welcoming our next moderator to the stage, Elena Kuzko, the Vice President for Policy and Programming at GlobeSec. Elena Kuzko.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us for this conversation. We all remember that the first and so far the only time when Article 5 of NATO was invoked was in response to 9/11 terrorist attacks against the United States. Today, national security frameworks, but also NATO, are prioritizing great power competition in their thinking about addressing security threats. Yet we saw also in the communique that was adopted yesterday that fight against terrorism remains a high priority. It definitely contributes to all three core tasks of the alliance. NATO also endorsed yesterday some of the new updated guidelines and frameworks on how we can better fight terrorism. We're very fortunate today to have two people who are very well positioned to help us understand it all. We have Tom Goffus, who is Assistant Secretary General for Operations and also NATO Secretary General's Special Coordinator for Counterterrorism. Welcome, Tom. And we also have Nick Rasmussen, who is Counterterrorism Coordinator at the Department of Homeland Security at the United States. Welcome, Nick. I want to start us off by having a bit of an assessment of the global threat environment and how terrorism features into it. Tom, I'm going to go straight to you. Can you share your thoughts on how you see the threat environments? Who are the actors, maybe activities and means of perpetrating or preparing the attacks that we should all be most worried about now?
Thank you, and thanks for having me on the panel. As you've indicated, NATO looks at terrorism and takes it very seriously. And so we've been looking at the threat environment for a while. And I'd say in general, three big trends that we see. The first one is a more aggressive misuse of technology, especially emerging disruptive technology. Think 3D printing, drones, social media, the use of online to recruit, all of those kinds of things, which mean we need to keep up with that. And use those same technologies to counter terrorism. So the first one is more aggressive misuse of technology. The second trend, I would say, is that the big attacks still happen, but it's moved towards smaller lone wolf attacks, if you will, where they share ideology and inspiration, but they're not directed to by or part of these larger networks. And that increases the challenge in some ways, because it's harder to collect intelligence on individuals, and it's harder for law enforcement to have conclusive evidence in order to intervene before an attack happens. So I think this move towards smaller, and we've had big ones, and we continue to have big ones. 9/11, we had Paris in 2015, Brussels in 2016, and Istanbul in 2017 that were all larger. But we need to get our minds around these smaller attacks and how we do that. One of the key pieces on that is simply law enforcement, military, and intelligence need to talk more. And then the third and last thing that I'd point out is the move south of the center of gravity. For example, the global terrorism deaths in 2023, 48% of them were in the Sahel. In 2007, it was 1%. So that tells us that things are moving south. They follow chaos, they follow disruption, And we've had the most number of coups in North Africa in probably the 6 decades. So those are the 3 big trends that we're looking at and trying to get ahead of and get our arms around. So that's.
Thanks so much. Nick, do you share this assessment?
Sure. If you were talking to an American counterterrorism official, one of my colleagues across our counterterrorism community at present, you'd hear words like heightened threat environment, elevated threat environment, a more acute threat environment, a more challenging threat environment. And it goes to all of the issues that Tom just highlighted, but it also goes to the diverse array of different extremist ideologies that we're confronting in the terrorism world at present. So not only do we continue to face challenges from our foreign terrorist organization adversaries, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the global enterprise that is represented by each of those organizations, but we also, in many of our nations, perhaps even most of our nations across the alliance, have a set of actors that we would probably describe, using our terminology, describe as being motivated by racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, something aimed at targeting some community based on their race or ethnic origin. And so the terrorism landscape gets wider and wider. And it's a bit of a contradiction or a conundrum, because I think we could certainly all point with pride to tremendous success that we've had, both as individual nations and as an alliance, in degrading some of our terrorist adversaries like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and taking some of the sting out of the threat that those organizations represented for most or much of the period since 9/11. And yet here we are still facing those same sets of challenges. And I'd particularly point to ISIS-K, the ISIS branch located in the Central Asia region to include Afghanistan, as being a particularly acute and elevated threat concern at present. We've seen that group prove its ability to carry out lethal attacks in places like Russia and in Iran. And certainly there have been disrupted plots across Europe that have had an ISIS-K footprint or fingerprint attached to them. So all of that, if you talk to counterterrorism professionals, leaves us in the place we always are, worried, watching, and trying to do everything we can to manage and mitigate risk.
Tom, can you help us understand a little bit the interconnection between the great power competition and the terrorism threats? The communique emphasizes once again that, of course, all the threats are interconnected. How are you thinking about the big conflicts that happen either in Europe, in Ukraine, or in the Middle East? How do they fuel motivations or maybe means of actors to commit acts of terror?
Great question. And part of it, and we've seen this in places like the Western Balkans, where some of the actors think that we're distracted by Ukraine. Those are exact words that some leaders in the region have told me. And what I do is try to refocus them on what are the biggest threats to NATO. Our number 2 document after the Washington Treaty is called the Strategic Concept, came out in 2022, and for the first time, terrorism was named as one of the primary threats. It's the most direct asymmetric threat to the alliance. And we now have defense plans, both for Russia and for terrorism. We have the most detailed plans against Russia in 30 years, and the most detailed plans ever for terrorism. So we see it, if it's not straight inspiration, it's distraction. And we need to keep our eye on that and what's going on. And I think Nick put it well, the potential for ethnic or racial targeting, terrorism, if you will, goes up whenever they feel like great powers are invested in other places like Ukraine. But trust me, we're paying close attention to it.
Nick, do you want to jump in?
Sure. I think our intelligence community has began to kind of speak more openly and publicly about what we see in the intelligence world, which is some of our great power adversaries or competitors actively engaged in efforts that have the effect of undermining social across our societies. And those are, of course, the very factors that contribute to extremism and that bring people into extremist narratives and extremist mindsets that lead them down a pathway towards potentially being an operational actor in the terrorism space. So I think that's That's done in both subtle and unsubtle ways, and I don't need to explain that to most of this audience. We see that playing out across many domains, not just the terrorism domain. The other thing I should circle back to, just to touch on, because we didn't talk about it in the very first question you asked, was the impact of the conflict in Gaza on the global terrorism landscape, I think, is hard to understate. One of my colleagues in our intelligence community has used the words, it's been kind of a supercharging of the global terrorism enterprise, and it certainly came at a time when we didn't need that. And I say that, the global terrorism enterprise, because even terrorist organizations which are not directly tied or connected to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or the ways in which that conflict might ultimately be settled, are still finding ways to take advantage of that narrative, the narrative that has sprung from events in Gaza since last October, and use it to animate, recruit, expand their reach to certain populations that were beyond their reach previously. And so it's just become an exacerbating factor, something that we didn't need on top of an already complicated threat picture.
That's a very wide array of challenges. And Tom, going back to you, of course, NATO cannot address them all by themselves. You already mentioned that there is a family of plans, including a plan for the South, that's specifically connected to the threat of terrorism. Can you give us more insight what NATO is doing about terrorism, what it can do, and maybe a few words about your role to coordinate it all?
Yeah, thank you. The NATO, the two documents that you referenced, we have a new policy guidelines and action plan that reflect what Nick has been talking about, the change in the threat landscape. And the idea that NATO looks for as an international organization is, how can we add value? How can we best do that? And these documents help us circle in on three main areas. The first main area is shared awareness. And we do that through many different mechanisms, one of which just met in Croatia. It's called the CT panel, and with sub-working groups, and we share information on the terrorism threat. The latest attacks in Russia, allies got together, shared the information, so that we're on the same playing field in terms of knowing what's going on out there. The second area that we work on, as I talked about the misuse of technology, is our use of technology to counter terrorism. So we're working on counter-drone technology, biometrics, shared battlefield evidence, and technical exploitation. And then the last category, and this is one where we're very active, is capacity building. Specifically, we're focusing, as things moved south into the Sahel, on some of our southern neighbors and partners like Mauritania, Tunisia, Jordan, all have lines of effort that work on capacity building for counterterrorism. With Mauritania, this is what they've asked for and what we can provide, which is maritime domain awareness and the ability to conduct intercepts in the maritime domain if needed. So capacity building is one of the big things NATO does. It's our outreach. We also reach out and engage the EU, the UN. We actually have a capacity building package with the UN to help them train peacekeepers on counter-IED, for example. So those are the three areas: awareness, shared awareness, capacity building, and then capability development.
Nick, two things that Tom said, and I want to follow up in depth with you. First one, intelligence sharing. That's a famous, maybe blind spot that we have in the alliance. We have so much of it, and yet we're not that good at sharing it, both between the countries, but also within the countries. Can you give us assessment? Are we making progress? Have we gone better at that? And maybe where do you still see challenges?
Sure, it's a great question, and I think let me put that also in the context of a resource environment that looks different today from a counterterrorism perspective than it has looked for most of the post-9/11 period. If you think of most of the post-9/11 period, terrorism or counterterrorism resource requirements would have been at the front of most any line to be met across our various systems, certainly here in the United States. Now, of course, there are a wide array of pressures on the resource pie. Great power competition foremost among them, but other national security challenges we face. So in the counterterrorism domain, we're having to either hold steady or in some cases even make do with less. And I'm getting to the point here because that puts a premium on cooperation and engagement with partners even more so than ever more so. We are not in a position globally in every place, in every country, at every time to gather the kind of intelligence we would need as Americans to carry out to meet our counterterrorism objectives. We need to be partnered with not only longtime friends and partners like we have in the alliance, but also sometimes non-traditional partners that we work with in specific regions around the world out of shared interest in preventing terrorist attacks. So I guess I would say a lot of the intelligence sharing that we do will still happen most effectively in slightly narrower bilateral channels than it will happen in large-scale multinational fora or settings like NATO. That said, establishing that common shared understanding, that shared intelligence picture that allows us all to resource appropriately, identify priorities appropriately, the way Tom was describing, that's an essential pillar of cooperation in a context like NATO's.
You're in a very tough spot. It seems like you have a broader set of challenges in front of you, very different ones, but fewer resources to address them. So thank you for the work you're doing. And I'll stick with you for another point that Tom was mentioning earlier, and you alluded to it as well. It's the impact of emerging technologies on the terrorism. We talked about that there's things like 3D printing, social media, that all affect the ability of terrorists to perpetrate attacks, plan for them, recruit people. What's your take on that? But also, can you tell us a little bit how we can be using technology to address the very same threats?
Again, great set of questions, great set of important set of challenges. I think one of the things that we as the United States and we as Western partners have long enjoyed is a technological advantage over our adversaries, to include terrorist organizations. I would argue that that gap is narrowing, not in our favor at present. And you just simply need to look at some of the modern technologies that are available to you on your cell phones as evidence of that. If you can communicate with your loved ones in an encrypted application that is outside of a government intelligence organization's reach, so can fellow or conspirators looking to carry out a potential terrorist act. And you've certainly heard our FBI Director, Chris Wray, and other members of our intelligence community speak to the challenge that encryption places on us in terms of getting ahead of terrorist plotting, being able to gather the kind of anticipatory warning and intelligence that would allow us to disrupt plots before they take shape. That's not to say or argue that we shouldn't be looking, or that we shouldn't be embracing these modern technologies to include encryption. They enable a wide array of very positive things as well. I'm just pointing out they come with challenge as well. And I guess the way I look at the technological challenge right now is a bit of cat and mouse, or a bit of a race to try to stay one step ahead of our terrorist adversaries, so that that technological edge that we've enjoyed for most of the last 20 years in the post 9/11 period does not get narrowed too significantly. And then lastly, some of these tools are also tools we can put to use in our own defense and to enhance our own counterterrorism capabilities. Artificial intelligence is now being put in service of efforts to look at large data sets that will help us assess patterns of terrorist movement and migration across the globe, for example. Help us understand what populations of concern might be worthy of greater intelligence focus. We can use these modern technologies to help us be more effective and more efficient in our intelligence work as well.
Tom, back to you. We just actually had a great panel on digitalization of NATO and how the private sector can contribute to that, what role it plays. And of course, here we're talking about the tools that's primarily now being developed by the private companies. And as we have the challenge to stay ahead of our terrorist adversaries, we also need to work closer within ourselves to make sure that we have the capabilities to do that. In your work, how closely are you trying to bring in the private sector into your counterterrorism activities? Maybe what are some of the challenges that you see doing that, and where do you think you can do better?
Another great question. And part of the operations division at NATO headquarters is something called a situational awareness center, and we are actually licensing some of the AI tools for data mining in order to keep track of the information space, what's going on in the media space. The challenge is it's not just one hat that does this, and I know Nick runs into this as well, is you find yourself continually crossing lines, bureaucratic lines, in order to get the information and take the appropriate action. So at NATO headquarters, we're working between the public diplomacy piece, because they're trying to track disinformation and counter narratives with our Situation Center and then with intelligence. And it's not always natural to cross those bureaucratic lines. And we see the same thing in national governments, as Nick said. Within a government can sometimes be harder than going between governments, frankly. And one of the big areas of emphasis on our CT capacity building work is how to get law enforcement and military/intelligence to share information in order to take the right actions, hopefully to prevent or foil plots. And that's kind of where we're going. Primarily right now, we license the tools that are AI driven and developed, especially in the information sphere.
Nick, we mentioned several times the importance of cooperation between different states who are trying to fight terrorism. And we referred also that we went as far as trying to share the intelligence information with Russia ahead of the terrorist attacks that we saw are being planned. What is your way going forward? How much scope we can to cooperate with our adversaries like Russia or Iran on countering terrorism, and what form and shape this cooperation can take, if at all?
So it's been publicly reported, as you suggest, that information was shared by the United States with Russia in advance of the Crocus attack in Moscow. And that may have been surprising to some observers, but from my perspective, having served in senior roles in government, that was a simple policy matter. It was, we have an obligation when we are in possession of information that will prevent loss of life in a country, even a country with whom we have very difficult or even adversarial relations. And I can think of numerous occasions over the last 20 years where we've been in a similar position, where we've shared, sometimes directly, sometimes through third parties, information that was designed to save lives or prevent a terrorist attack from happening in a country with whom we had very difficult relations. That does not automatically translate into a cooperative relationship. Sometimes it can be just as bare bones and as simple as just sharing a de minimis amount of information as a duty to warn. And the duty to warn principle is something that's fundamental in our system here. Beyond that, though, there are countries around the world with whom we have shared interest in confronting certain terrorism challenges, even if we don't have a broad array of shared interest. And there, developing working partnerships is a challenge, because while there is that shared interest, we have to make sure that our cooperation remains within a framework that accords with our values and law as well. We cannot enable a partner to, for example, take certain steps to prevent terrorist attacks from happening if they would do so in a way that would cross our own lines in terms of the way individuals are treated, or that would result in violation of what we would consider fundamental human rights. So this is one of the challenges that we've dealt with through the entire post 9/11 period, how to develop a framework of partnerships where you can receive the positive output of those shared partnerships without necessarily contributing to conditions in those difficult countries or difficult partners that may actually make the situation on the ground even more challenging.
Tom, is that a shared approach between allies?
I'm sorry, say.
Is that a shared approach that the entire NATO would endorse?
I think the way that Nick put it was excellent. There's a duty to warn, and then there's also the left and right limits of making sure that we're not providing information that somebody's going to use to violate human rights, for example. So I think it's a tough road to plow, but I think Nick parameterized it very well.
We're running out of time, so I'll sneak in one more question to both of you. There's a lot of ways how terrorism can be done today. Going forward and looking into the future, what do you think is the next big thing? What is a blind spot that we might be not paying enough attention to right now? What do you think we should be thinking about more that would be more important in the future but might be not visible that much right now? And Nick, I'm going to go to you first.
Sure. I wouldn't necessarily think of it as a blind spot, but something I worry about quite a bit looking into the future is the non-kinetic attempts by terrorist actors to have impact on our societies. We all worry about the kinds of attacks we see today, bombings, shootings, stabbings of individuals or in highly public settings. But of course, we also know that terrorist actors have broader ambition than that. They seek to engage in activities that would target our critical infrastructure, whether that's through cyber means or some other means. And so while they have, to date been less than completely successful at widening their skill set to the point where they can threaten our collective critical infrastructure in that way, that is one of the asymmetries I worry about the gap closing over time.
Tom, what are you worried about?
I agree some of the non-kinetic pieces, specifically the undermining of our democratic institutions. I really worry about that, and there are a lot of elections coming up. Safeguarding that process is critically important, and the credibility of that process. The second thing I would probably highlight is geographic. Central Asia has the potential, given what's going on in Afghanistan right now, to be a net importer of potential terrorist activity. And so capacity building with Central Asia might be a spot that I'd look for in terms of what we should do. And then Nick highlighted this earlier, and the Houthis in the Red Sea really point at how disruptive they can be now that they've adopted and have technology that threatens air and missile defense really hardcore. I think that's the third area that we're becoming aware of, partly because of Ukraine, but these kind of weapons in those kinds of hands make it tough.
Thank you so much both for taking your time and for sharing your insights with us. Fighting terrorism is the definitely whole of society approach, so we'll do our part to help you do your job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for this ever-evolving discussion on addressing counterterrorism. We've seen the conversation about counterterrorism evolve from the post-9/11 era to a shifting conversation about great power competition. But as our esteemed panelists noted, we still know that terrorism is an ever-present threat, from the shooting attack in Moscow recently to a number of ISIS-K plots disrupted in Europe, to evolving goals and targets, as our panelists mentioned. So thank you to the panelists. Our next session will be moderated by Martin Sklenar, a distinguished fellow at GlobeSec. Please join me in welcoming Martin to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Sklenar from GlobeSec, and it's my great pleasure to be moderating the next panel today on the public forum. And we will be talking a lot about industry, which seems to be appropriate. We've heard a lot about industry so far in the 2 days that we've been here in Washington during this summit. I'm joined today by three very good panelists, and I hope to have good discussion with them. Please welcome with me Stacey Cummings, the General Manager of the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, as President of Sovereign Cloud at Amazon Web Services, and Stephen O'Brien, Corporate Vice President and Global Business Development Officer at Northrop Grumman. Very happy to have you here, Stacey, Max, and Stephen. Great to have you. Thank you for coming, and we have a lot to talk about. We just heard also from Jake Sallivan, there's a lot of equipment actually rolling from the west to the east somehow, to ending up in Ukraine. So the equipment has to come from somewhere, and let's discuss where it's coming from and how's the capacity that we want to have to produce it. So let's focus first on where we are and what has been done so far. We have seen NATO allies, but also the EU putting more and more attention on the industry. Following Russia's illegitimate aggression against Ukraine. We have seen defense budget rise. We have, as part of NATO's defense investment pledge, including the commitment to spending 20% of that, and this is, some large amounts of money that are going into modernization of the equipment. And we have seen orders. We have seen actually orders being placed, significant ones, and we have seen political statements from NATO allies and NATO officials on the need to expand industrial capacity. And as recently as yesterday, NATO adopted the next level of the pledge, which is called now the NATO the Defense Industry Expansion Pledge, with 9 specific lines of effort. So that's the situation where we are. We will see allies developing their individual plans, and let's start there. allies will let us know what is actually the demand. How do we set this what do we do with the demand now? How do we define it? What is the situation, Stacey? If you want to share with us how did the role of the industry change after the aggression in Ukraine? How is it connected to deterrence and defense that we talk about so much at this summit?
Well, thank you for that question. So the Secretary General has said that without industry, there is no deterrence, there is no defense, there is no security. And so collectively, we of course look at the defense industry as a key partner to be able to enable deterrence and defense. When we look at the changing demand signal, you mentioned increased defense spending and that focus on not just buying to replace the stocks that have been diminished through donations to Ukraine, but also looking at how do we ensure that allies are buying the next generation, the most modern defense equipment that they can, and also with a focus on moving beyond interoperability to interchangeability and commonality. And so as this creates an opportunity for nations to actually work together to buy common equipment so that when they're operating together, they're operating the same equipment, but also designing commonality and interoperability in from the very beginning of the life cycle of a weapon system. And that's where my agency, NSPA, can play a very strong role in aggregating demand, but also in bringing together common requirements and sending that demand signal to industry in terms of a contract, a funded contract, which allows industry to make the investments that they need to increase capacity, and it allows nations to buy together and get economies of scale at the same time, and I'll repeat myself, a common solution that has the benefit of commonality in operations, but also from a supply chain perspective.
Great. Thank you very much. And we'll speak about the signals. They seem to be important in this discussion. But first, Stephen, we do need capacity. I mean, this is about how do we get to more capacity, and we need it quickly. How do we do that? How much has the industry already done? Please share with us.
Well, we've invested quite a bit, and I think you've got to be innovative beyond that. For instance, I was at the Ukrainian embassy yesterday, where we have an agreement now for the first U.S. company with co-production in Ukraine. Signed for the first time. Will we be producing it in Ukraine by Ukrainians with the cooperation of a U.S. company, in this case Northrop Grumman. And those kind of innovative approaches not only help Ukraine meet its desire to be part of the arsenal of democracy, but it also expands capacity that we need desperately across the world. So it's not just the capacity we're looking for in the United States, it's those co-productions, co-development, and partnerships that are going to expand capacity across the whole region in the arsenal of democracy, because it's no longer in one particular country, it's worldwide.
Great, thank you very much. And well, Max, how do tech companies come into the picture, and how do you add to deterrence and defense in this sense?
Well, the kinetic effect is no doubt important, but in today's world, and in particular, as we talk about modernizing, the digital battle space is going to be incredibly important. It proved out in Ukraine in terms of the ability to rapidly collect information, synthesize it, and then get that information to the battlefield. I think what's really important from a tech perspective is that you have technology partners that have worked in the defense and national security space for a good bit of time, and they don't just bring tech, they bring mission experience. AWS, for example, has delivered top secret and secret cloud computing capabilities for well over a decade. And so we understand how to help integrate those different systems to be able to deliver the digital effect. And in fact, just last week, the Australian government announced that they are partnering with AWS to build their top secret cloud capability. So I think that mission understanding is really important, and I think partnership is really important. It's got to be an enduring, a sustained, and a mission-driven sort of response. And I think in terms of capability, I mean, just take one quick example from space. The average satellite's dumping about 20,000, the equivalent of 20,000 high-def pictures a day. And when you multiply that across all of the collection capabilities that we're talking about here, you've got to have a substantial, a sustained, and a highly capable digital fabric to be able to process and store all of that, but importantly, to be able to share it across all of the NATO member community.
But also at the same time protect it from,
Security has always been job one.
Great. Let's talk on signals then. Stephen, what signals is it that the industry expects from Stacey and the governments? What are you looking for?
Well, we're looking for contracts, as Stacey will tell you right off the bat. That's the best signal that you're ever going to get.
I'm shocked, I have to say.
Yeah. What Stacey's doing is incredibly important. It's not just the contracts. It's the predictability that allows us to have a stable supply chain, if you will, a stable workforce where we're not having peaks and troughs in our production line that makes it impossible to keep the people employed and that talented workforce with us the entire time. And also that contracting mechanism that Stacey has is now streamlined. So no longer are we doing many different contracts with many different countries and many different languages. You have a single contract that Stacey's able to do. Obviously, that reduces the cost to the players, but also reduces the time. You get a stable workforce, and we get investment that industry is able to make by doing that. And it's all made possible by Stacey's team. And I think everyone's a winner for it, Stacey.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, there is one demand signal to industry, and that is a funded contract. And what we would recommend is that nations come together to bring I already talked about commonality and the benefits of commonality, but buying together increases quantities, and this is a commonly known, the more you buy, the more you're going to save. And so if we can bring together multinational, large quantities with multi-year commitments, with assured quantities, then we can get the best possible price from our industry partners, because they can optimize not just their production line, they can optimize their workforce, they can also optimize their supply chains. And just we entered into a contract late last year for Patriot GEM-T missiles. And we bought at a quantity that allowed industry to invest in not just new capacity, but an entirely redundant supply chain. But you have to have the quantities in order to create the right incentives for industry to be able to make that investment. And we can't be entering into contracts with assured access for 1 or 2 years. We really have to be able to give that assured access in years 3 through 7, 3 through 10, because that way, again, not only are we giving the right incentives, but we're going to get the better prices that way. And when you get better prices for things like Patriot missiles or Stingers, that means you can buy more. That means that you can fill up your stockpiles, and it means that nations have the confidence to be able to make those donations that we've been talking about to Ukraine.
Can you share with us an estimate how much more the agency is now actually procuring from the industry than before the Ukraine happened?
Sure. In 2021, we executed 3.6 billion euro in funded contracts. In last year, we executed 10.6 billion euro in funded contracts. So that's significant increase.
That's significant. So the signals are there, they're being picked up, the money is on the table. But to make it happen, to fill the contracts, you still need investment. I mean, you have to invest in producing the capacity. And that's where, with every investment, some risks come into play. Let's discuss, who's willing to take the risks. It seems that it is pretty straightforward, right? I mean, the situation is bad. It's not going to get better very soon. So who's going to be taking what kind of risk? Stacey, do you have you're like in the intermediary position between the governments, the most customers, you being a customer as well, but still, how does it look from your desk? Who should take the risk?
So there has to be a balance in risk. One side or the other can't take all of the risk. We have to understand the dynamics of the defense industry. That's different than the dynamics of a commercial industry. And so risk is measured in a different way for a commercial company than it is for a defense company. Defense companies have one customer, and that is the government. And so the type of risk that we expect industry to take is different than the type of risk we would expect a company that has a new technology or that is delivering something where you can have the entirety of the market is available to you as a customer. Mm-hmm. So that risk has to be balanced, but there are tools available. So we can take, for example, a tool in the United States called the Defense Production Act. So the U.S. has specific tools that allow them to make investments, and I see the European Union making those same types of investments in industrial production, creating those incentives to reduce the risk for industry to make those investments in capacity. There are other things we can do around contracts. So we can have contracts with incentives in them. We can have contracts that have pricing based on quantity bands, again, to create those incentives. So the more you buy, the lower your price is. And we can also create contracts with innovations in cash flow. So that way we're sharing the risk, but we're also creating the environment where the defense industry has the confidence to make investments while the governments are making those purchases to get the products that they need at the right price.
Okay.
Yeah.
Max, Stephen, what's the industry's take on this? How much risk are you willing to take on?
Well, we actually pioneered a slightly different model where what we do is we work on understanding deeply what customer demand is, and then we build in advance to that demand signal. So we just announced a 7.8 billion euro investment in Europe to build a European sovereign cloud. And that's based upon our understanding of the work that we've done across highly regulated industries and defense and national security space in the EU, and an understanding that we believe we have to work, again, in partnership on things like standards, on things like compliance, on things like security, actually get the platform capability from a tech perspective that we're going to need for defense across NATO. And that includes, in particularly, the ability to interoperate with the U.S., with Canada, and with all of the member partners. So we make those investments in advance, and we anticipate customer demand. That's the only way to really get hyperscale cloud capability. Slightly different than some other industry partners.
Yeah, the more traditional ones. Stephen, are you okay with the traditional industry denomination?
It is. It's for us, it's about partnership. Stacy will tell you that whether the prior items we were talking about with contracting, or as we put demand in, there is no way we succeed without one another. And governments and industry on that partnership and bringing the business cases that are sometimes difficult for governments to see, whether it's the other companies that are going to invest in with us, other countries that are going to invest on this, all to meet the demand that we foresee it and lay it in. But we can't have excess demand without a partnership to absorb that extra cost for surge capacity. So the traditional commercial model of build it and they will come, we really have one customer, and the build it and will come is a partnership that we look forward to the demand signal together, and then we put innovative business cases and investments in there to build toward that demand.
I understand that, and it seems that this is the time now for building it because they will come. I mean, it looks like everybody is coming this way. What is it what is it that you need in like more detail to be able to plan out that investment? Because it's not just to find the customer, but is it time? Is it amount, or what is it that you would be looking for if you could choose?
Well, it's the investment that we need, and it's the government cooperation to make it possible, both for our company on the U.S. side as well as the international governments to do that. There are environmental concerns. There are obviously licensing concerns. The only way this becomes reality in that is a partnership between government and industry to make it happen, whether it's international governments and U.S. government, in this case with our company. That's the path to success.
I'd add on to what Stephen just said by saying I think we need aggressive tops-down leadership as well, because we are at a place where speed matters, and in fact, speed matters disproportionately if we're going to continue to defend. And that goes to the kinetic effect, and it also goes to the digital effect. We've seen some great strides, in particularly, spurred by the conflict in Europe, by Russia's invasion in Ukraine. But I still think that we need to move faster and with a greater sense of urgency across that spectrum. So I think that's another key ingredient.
I fully agree. Let me try to put in a little bit of a government perspective. I used to work for the Slovak government a little bit, and the phrase that is missing from this discussion is public procurement, I guess, because if we talk about time, that usually puts on the brakes just a little slight amount to the urgency and the top-down approach. But I get it. I mean, if this is if we have all the political signals, there needs to be strong decisions and steps to make that a leaner process, at least if not quicker. But let's try to address. So, how much capacity do we need? How big are the muscles that we are flexing here, and how much time do we have to get there? Stacey, you want to try?
So I think the challenge that we have in defining from an industry perspective, how much do we need? You're looking across multiple nations that have sovereign decision making. Mm-hmm. Nations can come together when they choose to, and of course we have a ready-made platform to incentivize nations to come together and to consolidate their demand. How much we need is based on what is the stock levels that we're looking for, how much have we already donated, what do we need for the foreseeable future to support Ukraine, and then what is the level of stocks, level of systems, defense systems that we need in the future to continue to deter our adversaries. And when you put all that together, you also need to consider that we don't all buy exactly one thing, that we're going to say we need 1,000 of these one things, because we have a lot of different configurations, we have a lot of different systems, and nations do make that decision based on their requirements and based on what's in the best interest for them and the way that they operate. And so the idea that we can say, well, we know we need a lot, so industry should start building it. I do agree that the public sector needs to give clear requirements, and the way we give clear requirements is through contracts. And by doing it together, we can get economies of scale, and we can also create more certainty for industry so that we can fill our stocks, make sure we have exactly what we need, and industry knows that they will be able to continue to support the demand that we're going to have in the future, not just the demand that we have for today.
Exactly. I think the other important piece is resilience, and you touched on that, right? By taking that approach, you wound up getting an additional supply line. Right. And so it's both the demand that we need to plan to, but it's also the resilience that we need to think about when we're doing that.
Great, Stephen.
And you have to innovate. And some of the things, I mean, take 155, right? We talk a lot about it now in NATO and where it is. NATO's 75 years old. Guess what? We're still making 155 the same way we did 75 years ago. And it has a lot of stresses on the supply chain. Forged steel, that supply chain is at its max right now. The automobile industry has gotten away from forged steel. They use Ost-tempered ductile iron manufacturing. Doesn't matter what it says. What it is, a much larger supply chain where you can use that to build the shells that go into 155. We're already doing it on the Navy 5-inch guns. Why not bring it into 155? Another way you can innovate, even on something like 155, just like we did on JDAM, which is an aviation weapon, but 155 is a ballistically guided round of artillery. In other words, it's just gravity fed. It's not as accurate as we want it to be. The simple way is replace the fuse with a guided weapons fuse. You don't have to produce as much because now you have a precision weapon and it hits the target. Instead of using 3 155 rounds, you can use 1 in that. Instead of building more, make it more accurate. Innovate in that way. much different than maybe Max is using with the cloud, but you can innovate on some of the more basic items that we have out there and reduce the challenges on the supply chain, reduce the challenges on the total number that you have. That's the way that we've got to think about this from industry, and then we've got to bring it to government on what we can do.
That's great. Let's dive into that. I would also encourage people in the audience and online to send in their questions. We'll have time. Let's talk about innovation a little bit, and I want to provoke just a little bit. I understand that as a case, but it looks that Russia is using Cold War style equipment to keep this war going. So what is innovation helping us, or is it slowing us down in the quick increase of the capacity? Max, I mean, you've been called on the innovation. I'm sure you've got a great answer.
Well, I hope it's a great answer. Thank you. I mean, I just have to say +1 to what Stephen said, right? Our adversaries don't stand still. And that gives us the imperative to innovate. And I think that's one of the places where we actually have an advantage if we harness it right. We have a tremendous set of technical skills. We have a tremendous set of technical capability. We have really innovative startups across all of the NATO member countries, across a very big ecosystem. And I think it's our ability to leverage that and put it to effect that matters. I think you take a look at what we've been able to do with drones and sensors and things like that. And if I can build on what Stephen said, not only is making the munitions smarter important, but actually being able to understand the effect in real time and movement and run the analytics in real time to figure out where the next round goes and the next round goes. So I think we absolutely have to keep the imperative and the speed on innovation, and we need to think about it in a comprehensive sort of fashion. So don't just innovate on the tech. It needs to be innovation across tech, across battlefield commanders, across industry, and I'm excited because we do a ton with Northrop Grumman already in terms of innovation across those platforms.
Stacey, how is the NSPA pushing innovation in this?
Yeah, great question. So you brought up the term public procurement that kind of has a bit of an attachment to long bureaucratic processes. But as an acquisition professional, I would say that you can innovate across the entire life cycle of requirements all the way through in service for a defense system. So when we look at generating requirements that are more outcome-oriented or operational requirements so that we give industry the opportunity to propose back to us more innovative solutions to meet our requirements instead of saying, I want what I had before, I just want it to be newer. We can actually create defense systems that are iterative in nature, so we can meet the requirements of today, but be prepared by designing in an iterative process like open system architecture, by bringing in small innovative companies to be able to do parts of the defense system, especially in the software enablement side. But we can also innovate in the procurement process, digital acquisition, digital engineering, which allows us to better understand the intellectual property and tech data that we're acquiring, and again, deliver capabilities that are meant to be upgradable, so that as the threat environment changes, you're continuously assessing whether or not your defense system is meeting your needs, and you're able to upgrade it annually, every 6 months, even down to when we're talking about software, every 2 weeks, where you actually design that in from the very beginning. And I think that is the way that we transition from this thought process of public procurement being something that's bureaucratic to really talking about acquisition from the beginning all the way through the life cycle with a digital thread that enables the operator, but also enables the maintainer and the supply chain to be reactive, and where just-in-time is a good thing, because just-in-time means that you have everything you need to either build the part or to iterate on the design. on a real-time basis. And so technology is really, I think, going to, and is already, transforming the way we design, acquire, and support defense systems.
Great, thanks. Before I turn to a question from the audience, and we're getting some good ones, let me use your presence, Max, here from, I mean, the A in the AWS stands for Amazon, so, you know, I'm going to broaden it up a little bit. Yesterday we heard from Secure that some of the gaps that we have actually in the NATO force are in the enablement and the logistics, you know, department. So how can we put more companies into the defense industry to help us deal with that? Amazon might have some experience there.
We do have a little bit of logistics experience, that's true, and we have internally, we call it a one-team approach, where we take a look at customer requirements and we try and bring all of the capability that Amazon and not just AWS has to bear. We do a lot of work with the transformation organization and General Lavigne's organization, including where we have brought logistics skills to the forefront to do pilots on logistics, including where we bring another Amazon company. It doesn't start with an A, starts with a K, Kuiper, which is a geostationary, or a low Earth orbit satellite system. It'll be comprised of some 3,200 satellites to bring communications to bear. So, you know, I think you're spot on. I think many industry partners have strengths that are important to defense and security, and we ought to figure out how to help across the spectrum on that.
Well, you know, just for my interest, as AWS was you know, created, did you think that it would be a defense industry company?
I guess what we didn't say is that prior to running the sovereign cloud business at Amazon, I ran our worldwide public sector business for 12 years. Okay. So I started when there were only 4 people in the AWS government business. So yes, okay, I believed that there was a place for cloud computing and tech in government and in defense pretty much from day one. And even when you look at the recent experience in Ukraine, Amazon, the logistics company, set up supply capabilities inside of our distribution centers to get aid and other things into Ukraine, at the same time that the tech part, AWS, was helping to get the Ukrainians' core systems and core data backed up and out of the country and into the cloud. So yeah, it's not a new thing. Perhaps we don't talk about it enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get into the questions. We've got one from Stuart Atha. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And we've been talking about this, but how do we encourage nations to accept a common approach to certification and qualification? If they did interoperability through standardization, would improve. If they did interoperability, standardization would improve. How do we encourage them? How do we tell nations? How do you tell nations, Stacy? This is you know, this is what the NSPA does. Join.
It is what we do, and we have 38 support partnerships. So those are partnerships where 2 or more allies, and in some cases up to 29 allies, have gotten together to say, we're going to buy things together. And I think the best way we can encourage allies to do that, to bring together their requirements, is by being able to deliver on the requirements that they've given us, getting them the best possible price, and also just making it as easy as possible to come and work with us. So we're a customer-funded agency, and so nations have to choose to come to NSPA. And although, of course, I'm the GM of NSPA, and I'm going to say that it's a great place to come and bring requirements together, I would encourage nations to work together even if it's not through the NSPA platform. I think there's a great benefit in looking at it regionally, but also looking at it from an operational perspective. If you're going to operate together, then you're going to want to operate common systems. because interoperability means that you can talk to each other, that you can work together. Interchangeability or commonality means that if you're in a tank or a truck and it's disabled, you can get out and hop into the tank or the truck of your partner without going to training before you can do that. You can share supply chains. So if you have a part shortage or a critical part that has downed your aircraft or has downed your system, then you can turn to your partner and you can borrow it, you can use it. One thing a lot of people don't know is that we can actually do multinational FMS cases, foreign military sales cases with the U.S. The benefit of that is not only a streamlined process of being able to work together, not only that and potential for significant savings through economies of scale, but also being able to exchange end items on the back end because you're part of a partnership is a benefit that you can't get in any other platform. And that's something that I think is a great incentive for nations to be able to have that flexibility that you don't have if you're not part of a partnership.
Great, thanks. Stephen, how do you persuade your customers to buy, the stuff that you produce, not the one that they want?
Just what Stacey's talking about. It's not just the lower cost, it's also the speed. So it is impossible to overestimate the amount of time the contracting timeline takes. If you're talking about individual contracts with each one of the NATO partners, sometimes, generally speaking, these contracts take about a year to negotiate, and it slows things down. People don't get their product, if you will, and it's wear and tear on both industry to put those contracts together, and it's wear and tear on the governments to write them. Using the platform Stacey has, that's all eliminated, and you get the lower price, and we're able to stabilize production, and with stabilized production, we're able to innovate and invest on those products for the future.
Seems to be, NSPA seems to be at the center of this, which is very good. Let me explore one more thing, and we got 5 more minutes. How much do we'll come to you right away. And you mentioned this, Max. You're building your cloud in Europe. How difficult this is to follow NATO and EU in this? Are they close? I mean, we want them to be as close as possible on the industry. It's usually the same industry, producing very similar stuff. How difficult is for you to move between those contacts?
Well, I'm going to piggyback on the standards question because standards are vital. And so we work really closely across the EU on standards, security standards, privacy standards. We're working very closely on something called EUCS, which is the cybersecurity standard for the EU. And we work closely with NATO on those sorts of standards because as important as it is to be able to exchange, the physical dimension on the battle space, it's equally important to be able to interoperate and exchange on a digital fabric. And so standards. Don't create new stuff. There's international standards out there. There are EU standards that are out there. There's NATO standards that are out there. To the extent that we can rally around those things, it makes things faster, less expensive, and more seamless in terms of integration.
And that's what NATO can do on this. It can drive the interoperability by setting the standards on a number of these weapons so that you do drive to interoperability and interchangeability that Stacey talked about. That has gotten looser over time with NATO, and now you have these different 155 rounds, the different howitzers and where you fire them, and some are not qualified and others. We don't want to be in that situation in the future. We want to get to interchangeability, interoperability in all these weapon systems, not just 155.
And we're all looking forward into the information that we're going to get from the JTAG, the Joint Center in Poland, where Ukraine is actually doing this, right? I mean, they are trying to see how much interoperability there already is in the equipment, and they have to, and we're looking forward to seeing it. Let's go to the question from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Peter Banyas. I'm an engineering student at Duke. I'd like to pull on the thread of incentive structures and motivations as you're dealing with this private partnerships. You mentioned the difficulty of innovating, even just switching from the type of steel you use. And I wonder if the ultimate reason why there's difficulty with changing and updating maybe these simple solutions is because after a year of negotiating contracts, once that contract's finally signed, there's no more profit maximizing incentive for the contractors to actually change anything and do anything any more innovative after that point. So if that's true, and maybe it's not, are there ways that we could change the way that we write contracts or develop these partnerships so that there still is that either flexibility or direct incentive for contractors to build those new innovative solutions?
I'll start.
Go.
I think that there are examples out there, great examples out there, of where a contracting officer can be as flexible as they need to be in order to get the capability or the outcome that they're looking for. That being said, we are public sector. We need to be transparent. We need to be fair. But we do have a lot of tools at our disposal. So we have tools to be able to go out and run competitions for prototypes, where those prototypes can then be seamlessly moved into a production contract. So that gives industry the opportunity to compete for those prototypes, but then demonstrate that they're able to deliver, and then use that demonstration as a stream way to get into production, which again goes back to those incentives of making sure that industry is bringing the best, most capable, most innovative solutions. There are other things that we can do from a contracting perspective around cost sharing, cost overruns, but also cost sharing, cost underruns, where both the government and industry benefit when they reduce costs. And we can build that structure into contracts. In order to do that, of course, you need to have the right acquisition strategy from the beginning, and then you need to have the right contracting strategy. And then when you have that right contracting strategy, you can execute really innovative ways to, it goes back to that word partnership. After you get through the competitive process, then it becomes a partnership, and you can work together to create those incentives for innovation. And I didn't leave you much time, but...
No, I think what industry also can do is bring some disruptive technologies even to itself. So, you know, just things that we haven't talked about, but, you know, we talk about integrated air and missile defense and where we are. I mean, PAC-3 standard missiles are fantastic, but the cost exchange ratio with some of these very inexpensive drones is just not sustainable. And we're going to run out of missiles, and I think we all get that. So we have to come up with innovative ways to try to solve the problems, working with the U.S. government in this case, or all the governments, in a way that we can do this in a much more efficient manner.
Thank you very much.
I would add one last thing. When I'm in the early stage of working with customers, I always suggest that they think about an acquisition strategy that includes tech refresh or engineering change proposals. And in fact, a mandatory requirement for the awardees to come back with periodic tech refresh and engineering change proposals. And if the mechanism is in the acquisition vehicle from the start, then you've got a way to actually go ahead and propose new and evolving capabilities, and it could be in scope.
Thank you, Max. Thank you for the question. And in the spirit of time, let me just thank the panelists for their very good insights, and thank you very much for the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. What an important conversation to wrap up the first half of today's programming, from looking at stocks and what Ukraine needs to fight Russia, to the ways that government and private sector can better collaborate to optimize supply chains, which in many ways can make or break what effective defense can look like. We will now break for lunch, and our online audience will hear a studio interview featuring Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Don Graves. We'll reconvene at 1:30, and in the meantime, bon appétit.
Hello, and welcome to today's conversation on building whole-of-society resilience here at the NATO Public Forum. I'm your host, Shanti Kalathal, and I'm joined today by Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Don Graves, and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor and Deputy Assistant to the President, Caitlin Durkovich. I'm so glad to be having this conversation with you both. I thought we would kick it off by talking a little bit about what resilience means. I think that's a word that we've heard quite a bit over the last few days. A lot of people have brought it into conversations about security, about people, about communities, and yet we sometimes don't exactly know what that means, especially when we bring it outside of the context of individual resilience. So let me ask you both, what does resilience mean to you? How do you think of it in the context of a government, in the context of a nation, and also in the context of a community? So maybe, Caitlin, let's start with you.
Great, thank you. And first of all, Shanti, it's great to be with you. Deputy Secretary Graves, always wonderful to share the stage with you. I think resilience really at the end of the day is about how you respond when things don't go as planned. And you can pull that string through all of those different sectors, through government, through society, and through your personal lives. We actually have an official definition that we use in our policy documents now, and it's about the ability to prepare for threats and hazards, to adapt to changing conditions, and to withstand and recover rapidly from those conditions and those disruptions. Essential to all of that is how society responds to unplanned events and the need to work at the individual level to make sure that our citizens are equally prepared for those unanticipated events. I think a big part of this, again, is what you're going to do when something occurs that you hadn't planned for. And so we are working across the federal community to make sure that our citizens think about what they need to do to help in the overall effort to be resilient, what you can do as individuals to make sure at home you have the necessary supplies on hand if you have to be on your own without assistance for a while, but also how you as an individual can contribute to that in terms of what you might bring to a fight.
Oh, that sounds great. And Deputy Secretary?
Well, Shanti, thank you for hosting this conversation, and I'm never going to disagree with my friend Caitlin here. I would just add that, the President has said that part of resiliency is recognizing the need for us to free ourselves from the dangerous dependencies that we currently have. We saw what happened in the pandemic when we weren't as resilient as we probably should have been. It's important to continue our having the connections in this very globally connected world, building off of our partnerships, but it's also building our own resiliency here at home and, of course, with our partners and allies. We have seen with the emergence of critical and emerging technologies, there's going to be an even greater need for a range of underlying technologies, the components, the equipment that goes into that, whether that's for our businesses or for people to be able to take care of themselves at home. So for us, it's about making sure that we have access to the technologies, having access to the needed goods, so that in the event that we have some type of challenging problem facing the country or the world, that our people are prepared and that we're not beholden to outside forces or those who might, for more nefarious purposes, hold us hostage.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think we can all agree that the way that you framed it, resilience is a very good thing, but it's one thing to talk about it as a theory, another thing to put it into practice. So from your respective perches, how do you go about putting resilience into practice?
So for us, I mean, we are a very large department at the Department of Commerce. And so we think about things like climate change and dealing with weather and the types of hazards and events that can affect communities, can affect regions, can affect parts of the globe. So we're certainly spending a lot of time thinking about how we build more resiliency, more access to information, predictive capabilities, and the like. It's why the President we were so excited when the President was able to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. It gave us more of the tools that we need to disseminate information, because information is one of those critical tools that you need to be more resilient. But it's also about having the infrastructure, the foundation, and foundational access to some of these tools, things like semiconductors. So we passed this thing called the CHIPS and Science Act, which gave us the ability to invest tens of billions of dollars in onshoring and friendshoring more of these needed critical technologies around semiconductors. So building a more resilient ecosystem is also part of what I think is vital to our overall resilience. When you have an ecosystem that is healthy, when you have multiple communities across the country that have businesses and universities that are innovating, that are driving the development of those fundamental technologies, it allows us to be able to prepare for any sort of eventuality and ensure that we and our partners and allies around the world aren't, again, stuck in a place where we don't have access to things like chips, which means that whole industries have to shut down at times because they don't have enough of them.
Sure.
Shanti, that's a great question. And in fact, the president in late April signed out a new policy on critical infrastructure security and resilience, recognizing that the complex risk environment demands that we not only think about how we protect and secure our infrastructure, but that we need to bring that concept of resilience to it. Key to that is the notion that we have to be focused both on today's threats, but we also have to be attuned to what's out there on the horizon, right? That's that anticipatory piece that I talked about earlier. And so as part of the policy, the Secretary of Homeland Security has actually issued some strategic guidance to the federal government, those departments and agencies that are responsible for working with the owners and operators of critical infrastructure to help them manage the risk, about the things that they should be thinking about out in the future. That includes new technologies like artificial intelligence and both the opportunities they present, but how they can be weaponized. It includes thinking about the threat from the People's Republic of China and other nation states and how we work to address both the cyber threat vectors that they use, but other hybrid threats. It includes thinking about the risk of the climate crisis and what that means for our communities. And then again, our increasing dependence on space and space-based assets and how we factor that in. And so each of the federal departments and agencies that work with industries are responsible for coming up now with a risk assessment of their sectors and then a plan for how we are going to strengthen the security and the resilience of those assets and systems and networks that make up that sector. So it's a whole of government, whole of society approach with a very aggressive timeline, because we, again, recognize that the risk environment that we are in is becoming more fraught and more complex, and it demands that we do a better job anticipating. I'm going to just say one more piece to this. What has really always been central to our critical infrastructure policy is information sharing. It is the cornerstone. It is providing those that are on the front lines with the information, the analytics, the intelligence that they need to make informed decisions about where to make investments. And that's one of the key pieces of this new policy, is the direction the president has given to the intelligence community to treat the private sector as a key customer and to understand what information they need, their intelligence requirements, again, so we can do a better job giving them tools to manage the risk.
And, you know, this new policy, National Security Memorandum 22, how are the departments and agencies implementing this? How is the Department of Commerce going about implementing this new policy?
Well, the great thing for us is that the policy is very explicit, giving us a number of tasks as it relates to fulfilling the mission. Broadly, it's everything that Caitlin just talked about. It's tackling the latest challenges, potential challenges to our national security around the development of a range of technologies. So we at the Commerce Department think about the development of standards for things like, and guardrails and protections, things like AI. My view is that for us to take advantage of all the wonderful innovations that life-changing innovations that AI can bring to the world, we have to lead with two core principles, and that's safety and security. We have to think about the science as well. So the safety and security, we have to have standards that ensure that that our partners in the private sector know exactly how far they can and should go, and then we're also thinking about how quickly the science will develop. The challenge that we have is that there are a lot of actors out there coming from a range of vectors who are looking to use these new technologies to maybe do things to us that we can't even imagine as of yet. So for us, it's about working with our partners in the private sector, working with the universities, and developing these standards, these protocols. Why we stood up the AI Safety Institute at the Department of Commerce to specifically look at the ways that we build guardrails and approaches that give companies the transparency, the clarity, the predictability that they need so that they can continue to innovate and come up with new approaches that will change our world for the better, but also protects us against all of the potential downsides that technology like AI could bring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you brought up technology, and Caitlin, you mentioned hybrid threats. I'd like to expand on that a little bit more. I think, obviously, with emerging technology, that can be a critical asset for us in building resilience, but it also can be a boon for our adversaries, and particularly when we get to hybrid threats, which can attack not only our infrastructure, but really the fabric of our democratic societies, really going after our democratic processes. There's an expanding threat landscape now. So how do you think about these issues? How do you think about this issue of hybrid threats, and especially bringing in this concept of new technology, of AI, and the ways that it can both perhaps help mitigate, but also, perhaps give fuel to some of these new threats? Caitlin, you want to start us off?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we certainly have moved beyond an era of where we are, solely focused on kinetic threats. One of the, overarching or primary drivers of the new policy that I talked about, NSM 22, is the reality that our adversaries have actually made footholds into our infrastructure, largely through the cyber threat vector, which will enable, in a time of escalating tensions, for them to disrupt our ability to project force, to cause discord in our society, doubts in our ability to respond. So this is one example of how hybrid threats are playing out, and certainly an illustration that we are no longer protected by the oceans on our east and west, and our partners to the north and south, and something that we have to think about. But increasingly as well, we are worried about how information is used as a weapon to do similar things. And one of the things that I have in my portfolio is actually disinformation and misinformation, something that we worked very closely on. And we have seen how disinformation can impact almost every mission that the federal government is responsible for, from disaster response to now we're in the 2024 election cycle, and increasingly worried not just about disinformation around voting, but also the use of generative AI, or what's known as deep fakes, where somebody can easily manipulate an image, a video, or create a video or audio of a candidate, for example, that is fake, and convey either improper or wrong information, or convey something that may not be true about the time and place and nature of voting. And so these are an example of how hybrid threats are playing out in our environment, again, with the intent of disrupting or preying on vulnerable and maybe unwitting individuals to have a broader kind of strategic impact.
Yeah, please go on.
And I think the key to this is making sure that we're getting to the points of potential critical failure in our overall system. Our biggest companies and our government agencies spend a lot of time, a lot of resources focusing on the biggest challenges to our critical infrastructure, to their systems. The problem that we have as a society, and I think this is across not just the United States, but all across the globe, is that the vulnerabilities exist within our supply chains. They exist within our key nodes across local communities, our small and mid-sized businesses, individuals who don't have the wherewithal, don't have the resources, don't have the full understanding of the nature of the challenge that we're facing. It's why we have our Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, as well as our Institute for Cybersecurity Education, which is meant as a counterpart to everything that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, that CISA is doing, making sure that the private sector and our partners all across the country, as well as American citizens, have the tools that they need to deal with this burgeoning challenge that we face. So it's certainly cybersecurity, but to your point, it's also AI. So more education is needed on all of this so that people are more aware of the threats that are coming at them that they may not even be aware about.
Yeah, I think that, one of the points you made, Caitlin, about the threats and deepfakes and new types of information that may be manipulated. One thing to keep in mind is sometimes people may lose faith altogether and stop believing in things because they're hearing so much about these threats that it actually destroys trust in institutions even further. And that's, I think, something that I'm really glad to hear that the government's thinking about. I think we've been talking a lot about resilience from a U.S. context, but these threats that we're talking about, building resilience, it's not something that stops at the borders, right? I mean, it's something with which we should be working with our partners and allies. So talk a little bit about how resilience can be shared, how it can be built collectively. What have we been doing to work with our partners and allies and those overseas to build our shared resilience? Caitlin, I know you've gone through some work on this front recently. If you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, let me just go back quickly to the building resilience piece, especially to disinformation. I think that government is not the only answer to this, by the way. This really is a whole of society effort, and that our education system, that our civil society needs, and our partners in all of this, frankly. And for the very reason that you said, there are parts of the public that do not trust in large institutions and governments, and so we have to use every available mean to help our citizenry better understand how this threat is evolving and how we build resilience. And I always say, when I was taught at some point in my life to when you walk into a supermarket and you see a tabloid magazine and some false headline about a famous person having 8 alien children. Well, someone along the way taught you that that was not true and to question that. And that's the same approach that we have to take when we build resilience to disinformation, but it's not only a government mission or effort. Related to how we are doing this with our partners, I think this is where there is a really good news story, and that we have many our allies and partners that are have been thinking about resilience for some time, and they may be challenged by different threats and hazards. And many, I think, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has also both helped inspire how resilience can be used to counter a threat, but why we need to continue to be focused on building it. I happen to serve as the U.S. Senior Resilience Officer at NATO, and every one of the member countries has a Senior National Resilience Officer. There is a committee that is focused on both the need to drive resilience at home, and so there's some baseline principles that are largely around how we strengthen our infrastructure to enable our society to be more resilient, our economy to be more resilient, but a recognition that a strong national resilience will also mean a stronger alliance. Should we ever have to invoke Article 5 and mobilize forces, that the ability to withstand how adversaries may try and disrupt that force projection and our societal resilience. If we're stronger at home, we're stronger as an alliance. We, in May, actually brought all those senior national resilience officers here to Washington, and we did a series of exercises that were focused on some of the hybrid threats that we were talking about, cyber attacks coupled with disinformation and how we would respond, and had conversations about both the strengths that we have to address and mitigate those threats, but where we had gaps nationally, but also collectively where we could work together. A big piece of this is the communication piece, right? And thinking about upfront. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that we work on collectively together is the threat of what we call space weather. But that's the sun emanating solar flares, and we're in a kind of period of enhanced solar activity where we've actually seen a lot of space weather. We know more and more about how a strong storm could impact the functioning of our infrastructure. And it's changed over time because we have become such a digitized and electrified society. Well, instead of waiting for the big storm to happen and then trying to figure out who's going to be the expert and what our messages are going to be and how we communicate to the public about what a solar event or a space weather event is and isn't, we're trying to do all of that work on drafting the messaging and identifying who our experts are going to be now. So we're in the thick of a response. We're not trying to pull all of this together. And I think more and more how we communicate and message to our citizenry is really important, and we have to put a lot of time and effort into thinking about it, given the very kind of fractured information environment that we live in.
What were some of the findings that came out about information sharing and communication among allies and partners from that exercise? I mean, you both have mentioned that that's really of preeminent importance. Were there any interesting insights that came out from that?
I think, you know, one of the takeaways, and this often happens in, I shouldn't say often, but in most exercises, everyone agrees that we have to do a better job sharing information. And I think this is where NATO has a strong history of doing that on the defensive front, and we need to think about how we build that same kind of institutional capacity on the resilience front. One of the things, though, that we remain concerned about is, and whether it is a weather event, a solar event, or our adversaries disrupting it, is what happens when you don't have reliable communications. And that there is intermittent or disrupted comms. That is going to challenge all of us, and it is something that we are working on here in the United States to build resiliency and to think about, all right, if commercial communications isn't available, how are we going to function and operate in a degraded environment? But we also have to do it with our partners and allies overseas.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, the way that I think about this, and I know the president has long said this, NATO has been the bulwark in the defense of democratic values for 70 years. And that's really what this is all about, is thinking about how we ensure the protection, the uplift of our shared values. Some of that is on the kinetic side, the national security side, but some of that is also on the infrastructure side and on the economic side. And one of the best examples of the ways that we can make this work more effectively going forward is what we did, as Caitlin mentioned, with the unwarranted invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We were able, in very short order, I mean, I remember having the video calls with my counterparts in the EU and across the globe, where we were able to pull together in a matter, it felt like just a number of weeks, a coalition of partners that took unprecedented action, imposing export controls and sanctions on Russia to prevent Putin's war machine from doing even more damage than it's already done. He's paying a very heavy price, continuing to lack the access to the most advanced technologies. And so it's that type of concerted, coordinated action that partners and allies do together that I think can be most effective in the type of environment that we're in today. So I think that going forward, the more that we can share what we're seeing, we can coordinate on the development of standards and approaches so that we can protect the type of world economic order and that is, I think, of value to all of the NATO partners, to all of our allies and partners. It allows us to have the type of security and resilience that will protect all of our people, whether it's from kinetic harm or from the type of hybrid types of attacks that we're seeing much more of in recent years.
And I know we're running out of time, but I did want to ask one last question, which I think gets back to the title of this session about building whole-of-society resilience. So how do you envision that the private sector can work with the U.S. government, with other governments to help build that whole-of-society resilience? And also, how do you bring society into this? How do you bring civil society and publics into this question so that you do get to this whole-of-society piece?
So it's exactly what we've been doing. And I think this applies to the work that we do with our partners and allies, but I'll focus here at home. When we're implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law, for instance, we have a Internet for All program that is building resilience so that, going back to the pandemic, you're not in a place where your kids can't get access to the education that they need because you don't have high-speed internet, or your parents who may be elderly and need to get access to telehealth don't have the ability to reach their doctor. That's a sort of investment in infrastructure that is going to be absolutely vital for our long-term resilience. But we can't do that ourselves. This is one where we are investing in and with the private sector. We're utilizing civil society to help us develop the approaches to build coalitions so that we're getting this just right. It has to be a whole-of-society approach because when any of these various actors try to go it alone, invariably you're going to miss something. So for us, we have to make sure that we're communicating, that we're sharing, that we're getting feedback, we're taking that feedback in, and then we're acting accordingly. And I think that's the approach that's going to be very successful in building our resilience for the long term.
Thank you.
This is where I think we have a good news story in this country, and that the private sector has been part of this critical infrastructure partnership since the very beginning of our policy, our national policy around critical infrastructure protection, which was first promulgated when Bill Clinton was president in 1998. And they are essential to how we think about the security and resilience of our infrastructure, because at the end of the day, they own and operate most of it, and they manage the risk. And so that partnership, that voluntary partnership, has been, again, instrumental to how we have, over the course of the last 25 years, helped develop a strong and robust and reliable infrastructure ecosystem that has powered the economy and the world that we know today. I think increasingly we recognize that the voluntary aspect of it may have outlived its usefulness, and that we do need to do more to drive standards and regulation, especially in those sectors where there isn't it. So we make sure that there is a minimum baseline of security and resilience practices that industry is following. We are bringing a lot of the lessons learned of our critical infrastructure partnership to NATO and having conversations about how we actually bring industry to the table, much like NATO has on the defense side, how we think about it in the resilience context, and bringing, again, those key captains of industry to the conversation. I will say that is part of the exercise that we did in May, and I think this is one of the most important things that we can do, is that we have to be clear-eyed with the public, with our citizenry, about what is out there on the horizon, and that is part of what will help build resilience. And that's not just government at the federal level, but at the state and local level. That's our civil society leaders and faith-based organizations. We are I think, being forthright about what we're anticipating to happen here at the federal level in the next 3 to 5 years, and we have to make sure that our citizens understand that, and that that message needs to be consistent across partners and allies, and that is what will help drive resilience. If we are open with the American people about what we see out there on the horizon, I think that will help drive societal resilience and what we expect of them in a time of crisis.
Well, this has been a great conversation. I'm sure we could all talk a lot more about this subject, and I anticipate that the themes of resilience are going to echo throughout the rest of the discussions here at the Public Forum. But I'd like to thank both of you for joining us here. It's been a great conversation. Thank you very much to the NATO Public Forum, and thank you very much to the online audience for joining us.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Come on in, come on in, come on closer. Have a coffee with you if you can. This is going to be exciting. Second part of the day, we are starting with a conversation between Andrea Kendall-Taylor from CNAS with Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mircea Joana, a longtime friend of many of the organizers and co-organizers of the forum. So come on in, close the doors, join us, and yeah, get ready for the second part of the day. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Hey guys.
All right, well, it's wonderful to see everyone, and Deputy Secretary General, it's really wonderful to see you again. I've been looking forward to this conversation for some time. I wanted to start maybe with a more reflective question. You stepped into your role as the Deputy Secretary General in 2019. What have you seen change within NATO over that time period?
Thank you, Andrea. Good to see you. She briefed us in NATO, and we are still recovering from her. Good to be back at the public forum. Listen, I've been privileged to serve this alliance for the last 5 years, together with our Secretary General. And I think this relatively short period of history is indicative of the world that we are living and will be living through. So consider this. I just arrived, we have a pandemic. And this has put to test the way in which we work. And we work with lots of classified things, so teleworking is not always the easiest solution for us. And then we had the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was a very complicated issue. And then, to be honest, we also had a number of cyber incidents, and the Secretary General asked me to look into cyber resilience of the organization. And then we entered the era of hyper-acceleration of technology. AI, biotech, synthetic biology. We have our chief scientist here, Dr. Wells, that is also looking into the future with, let's say, a lot of professionalism. So I would say that in this nutshell, and of course the war in Ukraine and the summit now in Washington. Yeah. So I would say that NATO we have in our genes, in a way, in our genetical code, a gene of adaptation to transformation of geopolitical and strategic environments. And I gave you a variety of shocks and transformative evolutions that are indicating that NATO is an organization that has this capacity to adjust, transform, and be relevant to our citizens.
Yeah, we'll dive into some of that throughout this conversation. But you talked about the shocks and the challenges, but you and with Secretary General Stoltenberg have accomplished so much during your time at NATO. You in particular have been focused on fostering NATO's partnerships, championing innovation across the alliance, and also finding ways to increase our resilience and adaptability. So a lot has been done in each of those ways, but what would you say is some of the unfinished business? Where do you think on some of those issues you've been so instrumental in pushing forward, where do you think the alliance needs to go?
You know, we've made a lot of progress. I think where we all have to do much better is, one, to harness the talent of our innovation ecosystem all across the alliance and our partnerships. We just came from a second session of our summit with our Indo-Pacific partners, with the EU. They're, in a way, organically linked to us in terms of democracy, the way in which you see the world and their economic models. So the first thing we should do, and that's what I'm doing as chair of innovation in NATO, is making sure that not only the big universities and the big tech companies and the big countries in NATO that are so advanced, and that's good, are contributing to this innovation ecosystem, which is the big differentiator, if you want, in global affairs historically. But also Albania, Estonia, Romania, my country, everyone has talent. Everyone has a smart, young woman or man here that could really want to start from a smaller country, a business, a startup. And if there's something I'm very proud of, together with my colleagues, that we are able to have in the last few years, Diana, which is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North Atlantic, test centers, accelerators, and if you have bright ideas, come to us and test your ideas for free for you to basically mature. And I hope from this hall, or the ones watching us, will have the future unicorns. Also, we were the first ones in the world to create a NATO Innovation Fund, which is the first multinational sovereign venture capital fund in the world. Sounds counterintuitive and even explosive in what I say. Yes, we managed to do it, to convince allies to put some money, and that's the way in which we try to adjust. If there is one challenge to all of us, is that the fact that we should adapt better to the speed of transformation. We are still too slow in procurements. We are still sometimes sluggish in terms of diffusion of technology. We should be much more early adapters, and I think NATO is moving in that direction. But if I would say something, especially governments, institutions like us, we have a relative slowness which is inside. To give you an example of the way in which we are adapting, we have an AI strategy back in 2021. Every piece of technology policy in NATO has an ethical use part to that. Compulsory. We want to be the gold standard on technology in national security, but also on ethical use. And we have, this system of committees and boards in NATO. For the AI and big data board in NATO, for the first time, we have private sector sitting around the NATO table, because the dialogue between us, private sector, civil society, and academia, the triple helix of innovation is something we do. We are still too slow. We have to move much faster, to be more innovative, and also take risks in a way, because if not, the speed of transformation could really create trouble for us down the road.
Yeah. Another area that I understand that you've spent a lot of time in and focus on is on defense spending and reaching out to different member states to make the case why we all need to spend more on security and defense. And when you're making the case to elected officials, it's obviously not always an easy case to make, because they have competing priorities, domestic expenditures, and other things that they need to do at home. And so when you go out and you're having these discussions with other elected officials about why they need to spend more, what's the case that you make?
Listen, I'm a political person myself, so I know how difficult it is for a political leader. Then you have so much conflicting and overlapping priorities. There's so much need for education and for infrastructure and for healthcare and for climate change. They're massive priorities. But I think what the war in Ukraine and the aggressiveness of Russia and if you want, this collection of China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, at least in Europe, I think, it triggered a sort of a strategic awakening to a tough world. Yeah. So in a way, when you see war in Europe back after many decades, after the Second World War, in fact, our public opinions, our young ones, the taxpayers, in a way, they see, oh, this is dangerous, so there is a little bit easier for us to make the case to spend more on defense. And that's why from 3 allies meeting the 2% threshold in 2014 in Wales, now we have 23, and every ally has a plan to reach 2%, at least. But the problem is not only how much money you put in, but how you spent it. Yeah. And that's another place where NATO is giving exceptional guidance and advice to all allies. Because there's always, especially when you're lagging behind, many allies have underinvested in defense for decades. And now you have a little bit more money, and how do you spend that money? On which let's say, catching up with more classical equipment that we miss, or high-tech, high-end. And that's why NATO, through our NATO defense planning processes, we are in fact advising and guiding allies to making sure that they don't choose. It's a forced dilemma. Let's say more traditional, conventional, or high-tech. It should be both together. And in a way, you're also saving taxpayers' money. That's why I'm so happy to see also here in Washington at the Chamber of Commerce so many signings of contracts among many allies, purchasing together, best return on investment, more agility. So this is something that I believe we are moving in the right direction. Let me also give you an example, especially for the young ones here in this room. So back in the 60s and the 70s, 90% of all technology used and innovation used for national security and defense was produced by governments. Department of Energy, labs, NASA, DARPA, all these kind of things. Today, 90%, the same 90% of everything we use in national defense and security is produced by the private sector. So that's why we need to work in sync and organically consult. And if this pendulum that was basically going far, probably too much towards the government some decades ago, now it's going, as it should be, to the private sector, we have to find a right balance and a sense of collaboration and understanding that between economy and security there is an interdependence which is felt not only in defense, but everything we do has an economic and security aspect. So security economy. And something that we are very much working on together with many allies, and that's why we welcome the arrival of Finland and Sweden into our alliance, not only because they are, high-end, sophisticated, strong democracies, strong technological nations, because we are probably one of the best in the world in terms of societal resilience. They know how to absorb shocks. And if there is disruption in your society or economy for whatever reason, the idea now is not only to go back to the status quo ante, so just to restore the functions of government, but to use a crisis to move to the next level. So that's why societal resilience is something that we work very much, and that's why more on the resilience on a defense side and resilience on the civilian side is something that we do.
Well, you raised such an important issue on this resilience because, as we talked about when I was in Brussels, there is a significant uptick in Russian efforts to undermine the alliance using these hybrid threats, and everything from the GPS jamming to the news today about an alleged assassination plot against a German defense manufacturer, blowing up the weapons depots, et cetera, et cetera. There has been a substantive uptick in what Russia is trying to do. Is NATO prepared and equipped, and how is NATO planning to respond to these types of threats? Because the risk is that if it's just Latvia's problem or just France's problem, that those costs are manageable from the Kremlin. So how is the alliance thinking about taking this issue on?
Our defense ministers, just a few weeks before the summit, we adopted that ministerial a beginning of a more concerted response from NATO to a concerted policy of aggressiveness by Russia against our interests across the board. Cyber attacks against water plants in America, assassinations, espionage, sabotage, risk to our critical infrastructure, things that disinformation, misinformation, meddling with our election campaigns. So if you treat, you're right, Andrea, if you treat this individually, this is Lithuania's problem or Germany's problem, or America's problem, and we don't inform each other through intelligence sharing and learning from each other, then our response would be basically segmented and less effective. So that's why we also, our leaders will approve later today, I think, also a special strategy of countering Russian malign influence in the Western Balkans. And across the alliance, we are working to really push back and basically be far more effective. To make a very clear point here, we don't see Russia having, at least today, the capacity or the intent to attack NATO because we are a much bigger player and we are also investing much more, deterrence and defense, new plans. But in terms of everything under the Article 5 threshold, they're using everything against our interest. And sometimes we see Russia and China, sometimes and Iran, even North Korea, affecting our interests. So you're right. On the hybrid side, on this kind of concerted efforts, we are taking collective efforts. And by the next summit in The Hague, we'll be adopting an overarching Russia policy, NATO, that will be taking into account basically as you mentioned when you visited with us, a pattern of aggressiveness by Russia against our interests, and the fact that Russia as a nation, as official ideology, as economy, as defense or foreign policy, they are basically organizing themselves for the long haul to be aggressive against the West. And also, as a political guy, when you have domestic problems, you have to invent a foreign adversary, a foe from the outside. That's propaganda manual 1.0. And they're doing just this. Mm-hmm. NATO has no aggressive intentions against Russia, a defensive alliance. They're trying to portray NATO, America, EU, whatever, as the big existential threat to Russia, which is total nonsense, just to justify a grip, a power inside, and together with other countries like China and the others to unravel the world order that we represent and embody through NATO.
Well, I want to pick up on that theme exactly, which is, strategic competition has been a big focus of this. We've had panels on the axis of upheaval, the growing cooperation between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. How do you think that competition and this alignment and increasing coordination among revisionist actors will shape the alliance moving forward? How is the alliance thinking about dealing with this shifting geopolitical landscape?
We just came from the session of our summit with our Indo-Pacific partners and European Union. And the first natural answer is to really reach out and work much closer with our natural partners, which are democratic nations from all over the world. Of course, respecting Washington Treaty indicates that we are a transatlantic organization. We are not a global organization, but security is global. That's one thing. We should do much more together. We should really bring NATO and the EU even closer strategically in using the respective toolbox of the two organizations. We have to work with many of our partners. There is something that our leaders, and I myself, as a person with some experience in international affairs and politics in general, I think we have to do a much better job in reaching out to the other nations that are neither, let's say, explicitly with us nor with the other group of countries. And this is where we have to do a much better job together. That's why I was so happy with Secretary Blinken yesterday to host our partners from Mongolia, from Indo-Pacific, from Armenia, from the Republic of Moldova, which is under immense Russian hybrid pressure, from Bosnia, from Colombia, from all over the place. So I think not only NATO, but NATO and the EU and our nations, we should do a much better job in reaching out to these countries. To be honest, sometimes to be a little more humble when talking to them. And there are players in the world that in the end will be also determining in you the balance of power and the shape of world order. Number one condition, let's make sure that we stay united in NATO. Let's make sure we reach out to our natural partners as democracies around the world, and let's together offer a better deal to the others. Better deal, also economically, not only in strategic terms. The India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which was launched at the G20 New Delhi summit. That's a big thing, which was in a way says not only the Belt and Road, there are other ways to connect India to the Middle East and to Europe. So I think there is a lot of work we need to do inside NATO with our partners, but also to do a much better job and offer these nations that will be basically the ones that will be, in a way, creating, a new reality in world affairs, a deal and the respect that they deserve, because I think they also want, in fact, the same thing like we do. They do not want a world which is the rule of the jungle is dominating that thing. They want predictability. They want to grow. They want business. They want maritime, freedom of navigation. They want rules for cyber, for AI, for biotech. We all want the same. But if we don't offer them a genuine, fresh, respectful, and also money-supported deal, they might be tempted to go elsewhere, and this will be really an issue that we should avoid by all means.
We have a teeny bit of time left, and I thought I would take then the opportunity to ask, this is a historic summit, the 75th. What are you most proud of coming out of this summit?
Listen, perhaps I'm subjective all my life, my young life as a young ambassador of Romania. I tried to bring my country into NATO. And here I am after a number of years at the top of this great alliance of ours. So on a personal level, this is a matter of immense pride. On a more political and strategic nature, I would like to say that I'm so proud to see that 32 ally nations, 1 billion people, 53% of global GDP, adjusting to this difficult period of transition. The world is in flux. And if I see how quickly we're adjusting to this new reality, how we can sometimes avoid natural differences amongst ally nations, because it's not easy to keep consensus in this alliance. And I think that NATO is today, against very difficult headwinds, more united, stronger, more relevant. And if I can use a word, because please wrap up, says I would say, I can really say, like Madeleine Albright a few decades back, that NATO is today the indispensable alliance, not only for our peace and security, but also for global stability and predictability. NATO is as essential to our nations and to the world as 75 years ago, and nothing gives you more pride. And also for the young ones, this is your alliance too. This is not for Jens Stoltenberg or Mircea Joana or our leaders, you see them on the podium. This is your alliance. We are really the foundation of peace and everything you do with your lives. So if there's something I would like to have a legacy of pride and the generations to come, take the lead from us, move it forward, because this is a foundation of peace and security, democracy and our way of life. I couldn't have been prouder to serve this great alliance than for the last 5 years.
I always love a conversation that ends on a positive note, so that was perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. That was good. Come on.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you very much, Ambassador Georgiana. You're such a great speaker. Fascinating conversation, wide-ranging. I see that some of you are escaping, but it actually is a good time to stay in your seats for a very special video that we have prepared. Well, actually, not exactly we, but that NATO has prepared for the heads of states and governments that was run earlier this week at the Mellon Auditorium, where the North Atlantic Treaty was signed 75 years ago. Before we go to the video, I want to remind you that the next session will be with our partner from one of the NATO partners, President of South Korea, that will require translation, unless your Korean is very good already. And those translation devices are in the back of the room. But for right now, tune in to the special video. Please take a look.
The day of days for America and her allies. Celebrations throughout the country at the end of the greatest war in history.
In April 1949, 12 nations came together in Washington to sign the North Atlantic Treaty.
The Russians had not demobilized. They retained overwhelmingly the largest force in Europe. From Budapest come the first pictures of the battle which has shaken the world.
In Berlin, bricks, mortar, wire make up what decent people call the wall of shame.
More Russian troops were on Czechoslovak soil than were Americans in Vietnam.
It appears military forces are crossing the border.
A platoon of troops deployed this morning around the main airport in Crimea.
President Putin ordered atrocious acts of aggression against innocent people.
What does it really mean to be a good friend? To be there for somebody else? To know that they will be there for you? To have each other's backs? But we all know that true friendship is not that simple. There's more to it than that. There's more demanded of you than that.
In this treaty, we seek to establish freedom from aggression. To protect this area against war will be a long step toward permanent peace in the whole world.
Friendship starts out as a promise we make to each other and to ourselves.
Let every nation know, whether it wishes us
well or ill, that we shall support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
It's a pledge to take the other's interests as seriously as you take your own.
We are determined to resist aggression, whatever its force, and whatever kind of force is needed to resist it.
Over time, it creates an unbreakable bond, an alliance, partnerships. That alliance becomes an identity, an expression of who we are as people. Those partnerships make us all stronger. There's a moral compass at work that not only guides us, it's on display for all the world to see.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The dangers of acting are far outweighed by the dangers of not acting. Dangers to defenseless people and to our national interests.
NATO is a defense alliance. NATO has no intention of attacking anybody. The capabilities for defense.
In an uncertain and chaotic world, it removes a measure of doubt and offers us the chance to help shape our own destiny.
NATO soldiers trying to rescue trapped residents carried children to safety.
Like a stone that skips across the water, a good friendship creates a ripple through space and time. It touches everyone we know and everyone who will ever know us. Take the story of one boy in Bosnia who was 5 years old when the war came to his doorstep.
I remember the tanks coming into our city. Sitting outside on my steps of where we lived, suddenly I heard a whistling sound, had no clue what it was. And then a rocket hit my kindergarten right in front of me.
Byro Bazaiko also remembers the day the Allied forces helped liberate his city and returned his father from a concentration camp.
I'll never forget the night that my dad finally came home. I remember waking up and not recognizing the man in front of me. I could see every bone in his body. Without the presence of NATO, I don't know if I would be here today, yet alone my entire family.
The memories of his childhood would be a defining moment of his life.
I felt like I always had a calling for service. I remember getting to go to Afghanistan and Iraq. And every time that I would see a child living in that danger, I couldn't help but see myself. There's a lot of bad people out there that are willing to do evil and unimaginable things. And the world needs good people to be able to step up and stop that.
This alliance is not just about military action under the terms of a decades-old treaty. This is a constantly evolving dialogue about the dangers in the world today.
The defense of freedom is not the work of a day or a year. It's the calling of our lifetime. When others do better, we do better as well.
Friendship takes work. The job today is defending a better, safer future together.
With unity and strength, NATO will continue to rise to any challenge, to preserve peace, prevent conflict,